Welcome to Wolf's Eternal Promise, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. The night I met Killian LeBlanc, I broke my one cardinal rule: never take supernatural clients. But there he was, an alpha wolf who couldn't shift, facing certain death in an upcoming challenge. His curse wasn't just stripping away his power, it was stealing his very identity. And something in his eyes. I couldn't walk away. I thought I was just doing my job, using my magic to protect another client. I never expected to discover we were soulmates. Never imagined I'd find myself caught between saving the man I love and confronting dark forces from the underworld that have haunted my bloodline for generations. They say every choice has a price. Mine, severing our soul bond to protect him, letting go of the one person who made me feel complete. But here's what I never counted on. An alpha wolf's devotion runs deeper than any magic, deeper than fate itself. Now Killian's planning something dangerous, something impossible. He's willing to venture into the underworld itself, risking everything we fought to protect. And I'm terrified that my attempt to save him might be the very thing that destroys us both. This isn't just another supernatural romance. This is a story about the choices we make when love and duty collide, about the lengths we'll go to protect the ones we love, even from ourselves. And most of all, it's about discovering that sometimes the greatest magic isn't in our powers at all, but in the connections we forge when everything else falls apart. Join me, Ivy, as I unravel the truth about my own dark heritage, face down ancient powers, and discover whether love really can transcend the boundaries between realms. Because in a world where magic and passion collide, sometimes the greatest risk isn't falling in love, it's trying to live without it. Chapter 1. Put away your fangs. That's not a good look for any of us. I know you can change form, so make up your mind and decide whether you want to fight me as a human or get down on all fours and be a hound like nature intended. Ivy cast a stern gaze upon the hound man, who snarled in response. Her eyes roved across the eerie landscape of the underworld. An extravagant dance of deep purples, blazing reds, and hollow blackness swirled above her. The light was a teasing, ambient glow that threatened to play tricks with her eyes. She tested the ground beneath her feet, an odd mixture of jagged rocks and ashen sand, just to make sure it was real. This was the underworld. She had to be prepared for what it might bring. Listen, I don't want to hurt you. They said the first living thing I encounter must be offered up for sacrifice. It'd be easy to just kill that tree behind you and pretend it's a living being. So if you shoot now, I'll act like I didn't notice you. The hound growled once more. That's the most you can say? I'm in love with a wolf shifter, but I still don't understand wolves. Had I really just used the L word to talk to a hellhound that I was about to kill? She shook her head. She had willingly offered herself up to go to the underworld in order to save Killian and his people. She knew full well that she would never get a chance to see him again. What was the point of this love declaration now? She looked at the line of bubbling streams of liquid running across the hillside. This might be the underworld version of a river. It may have seemed innocent, but there was no way she was crossing it. She pointed at the hellhound standing at the other side of the stream. Call it your lucky day. I'm not going that way. So you're not exactly the first living thing I encounter. She turned and muttered to herself. I'll just go kill a cactus or something. As she turned to walk away, the shadows around her began to shift, taking on a sinister edge. The hound man dropped down to his all fours, turning into a proper hellhound. He snarled when he landed on the other side of the stream. The burning embers of his eyes bore into her as he hunched down. Looks like you didn't want to live any longer. The hound snarled in response, its hackles raised and muscles rippling beneath its dark fur. Last chance to back off, she warned, attempting to offer the creature a way out, despite knowing it wouldn't take it. The hound lunged at her, Ivy sidestepped just in time, feeling its hot breath as it passed by her. A thrill coursed through her body along with a surge of adrenaline that made her feel stronger than anything she had ever felt before. She was no longer Ivy from Melbourne, Australia. She was an animal, pure and lethal, with deadly claws and teeth to match. Ivy squinted into the dazzling light of something that looked like a moon and dove into a roll along the rough, broken ground. As she emerged from the roll, she used 3 spinning back kicks to knock the hound away from her. Her limbs felt lighter and her adrenaline pumped harder. A power seethed within her, something black and forbidden that came directly from the underworld itself. The hound charged her once more, but Ivy extended her palm and summoned her magic. A wave of invisible force slammed into the creature, sending it tumbling backward. It quickly recovered, shaking its head and growling furiously. "This is your last chance," Ivy said, her eyes narrowing as she prepared for the next assault. The hound bared its teeth and leaped at Ivy again. She met its attack with a swift, powerful kick that sent it reeling. Before it could regain its footing, she crushed it down with her knee, pulled out her dagger, and pressed it against the wolf's heart. "Say goodbye," she whispered. "Don't kill it." A female voice, thick with authority, called out from behind her. Ivy turned her head and saw Selene. The goddess radiated an aura of serenity and strength, her long, soft hair cascading down her back like a shimmering waterfall. She was dressed in a robe of silver, the diaphanous material draping around her slender frame like a silky cocoon. Her gaze was fixed upon the wriggling wolf and the dagger pressing against its heart. "It's helpless. You can let it go. Show some compassion, Ivy." "Call me ignorant, but I've never pecked you as the empathetic kind. Since when have you cared about the weak?" "I don't care about anyone but you." "Thanks, Mom. I'm your creator, not your mother." "That's called sarcasm. If you were human, you would understand. If you kill the hound, you'll turn dark. There's no returning from that." Ivy snorted. "Selene, I'm already dark. If you don't want me to turn darker, why offered me the chance to be here?" Selene's eyes narrowed at Ivy's words. "You may be in the underworld, but you don't have to be with the dark side. If you don't want me to kill, why ask for the offering? Going down here is dramatic enough. I could do without killing a dog in your backyard." "It's not my dog. This isn't my backyard. And I didn't request an offering from you." "You didn't—" "I know what I requested of you. I have no reason to deceive you, Ivy." Ivy hesitated for a moment, her grip on the dagger loosening. The hound seized the opportunity, escaping from her grip. Instead of fleeing the scene, it lunged right back at her. Selene stepped forward and raised her hand. A beam of light shot out from her palm, enveloping the creature and lifting it off the ground. It wriggled and yelped in pain, but Selene held it fast, her eyes closed in concentration. "Let it go," Ivy said. Ivy watched as Selene lowered her hand and the hound scampered away, tail between its legs. Ivy had little experience in the underworld, but the principle was the same. Her opponents would never give up. They would keep coming back until only one remained standing. She was sure she would be the victor in the end, but today wasn't the day to kill. Selene placed a hand on Ivy's shoulder, her touch gentle yet firm. "You have a choice, Ivy. You can choose to be the dark warrior that the underworld wants you to be, or you can choose to be something more." Ivy shook her head. "I'm confused. You came to me with a solution to save Killian and his people at the sanctuary. You showed me my connection to the demon royal. You gave me no choice but to go to the underworld. And now you expect me to take a side in the underworld? Do you understand how ridiculous it sounds? I want you to be on my side, but not physically enter the underworld. You weren't the only one without a choice. If I hadn't given you an out, Killian and others would have been lost, and that would break your heart." Ivy scoffed. "Don't worry about my feelings. Apart from never being able to be with him again, everything else is fine. But I am grateful for what you did. I'm ready to fulfill my obligations, even if it means delving into the dark side. Whatever that means. Celine eyed Ivy with an intensity that felt almost palpable. Ivy, the balance of the underworld is fragile. I brought you here for a reason. Ivy frowned. You mean, apart from offering up sacrifices? Celine ignored the jab. I want you to become a guardian of the balance. With the chaos brewing, someone needs to keep the dark forces in check. You've demonstrated power and resilience. Sounds like a reasonable job, Ivy said dryly. It's an honor, Ivy. I'm sure it is. I'll do my best. Celine nodded. I need you to swear a spiritual oath. Like in a forced marriage, Ivy quipped. It's how things work here. I'm sure in your human world you have procedures. Ivy cut in. This isn't the human world, and I'm certainly not going to swear an oath to something I don't understand. I'll agree to do a job and keep my word, but only on that basis. No oaths. Selena's voice commanded attention as she spoke, her tone formal and regal. A guardian of the balance must handle difficult affairs with poise, for many will seek to sway the decision their way. It is only upon swearing in that you will receive the full power of this great position. I said no oaths. Celine's expression tightened, her patience clearly waning. You're standing on the precipice of a great divide. You either swear in, aligning with me, or you risk being consumed by the dark side. There's no middle ground here. I won't be manipulated into making a choice. Not by you, not by anyone. If by the dark side you mean the demon king, I'll speak to him. This isn't your domain. He is not your equal. You may not simply address him as if he is. However, by taking on the role of guardian of the balance, you will be on a par with him. In fact, he must abide by your decree. I don't want the power, but if you're telling me the truth, I can make a deal with the Demon King. If he doesn't talk to me, I'll take the position and enforce my own rules. Then I'll become a person he doesn't want to mess with. Celine stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. And if Ivy wasn't mistaken, the gracious goddess was grinding her teeth. You underestimate the forces at play, Ivy. Without the oath's protection, the darkness can claim you. Ivy met Selena's gaze. I'll take my chances. The air around Ivy seemed to thicken, pulsing with dread. Sinister shadows slithered and swirled up her body, like 1,000 snakes coiling around her limbs, gripping her in its deathly embrace. She tried to cry out, but the oppressive gloom swallowed up her pleas. Her heart raced as she felt the pull of the abyss tugging at her, its icy arms dragging her towards oblivion with unrelenting force. "The demon is coming for you, Ivy," came the desperate voice from afar. Ivy opened her mouth to answer, but found that no sound would escape. "Ivy, give me a reason to save you. Swear you will side with me and I'll free you from this terror." Selene's voice rang out like a bell in the abyss, reverberating off the walls and gradually fading into nothing. Ivy could not decide which was worse, aligning herself with Selene's forces or siding with the darkness. No matter what, she refused to become enslaved to either side. Her freedom was something for which she'd fight until her last breath. The freezing night air clawed at her skin as she stumbled through the darkness, a thick fog rolling in like a death shroud to smother away any hope of safety and security. The cold emptiness clung to her body until she was nothing but a shivering shell of herself, downing in the darkness while thoughts of Killian filled her mind. In the final moments before the world vanished from sight, she felt an ethereal void that seemed to linger long after her vision had faded. And at that moment she realized she had stepped into the abyss of darkness. Chapter 2. "Egypt, are you serious?" Killian asked Karen, who sat, leaning back in an armchair as if there wasn't a single care in the world. He wished he had a small degree of calmness that Kieran had, but his cousin beat him a mile away when it came to being cool and collected. Kieran could slit an opponent's throat and still sip red wine as if he was enjoying an opera. Kieran returned his gaze from the rim of the crystal glass of his favorite scotch to the document that Killian was holding in his hand. Do I need to respond, or was this a rhetorical question? Killian tossed the paper onto the table and ran his fingers through his disheveled hair. I guess we have no choice. Can't control the portal's destination. Egypt it is, and I'm getting Ivy back with or without the shifter's help. Kieran squinted through the window, narrowing his gaze at a fleeting silhouette against the sweeping security light outside the sanctuary. He watched as it hopped along, silhouetted in the bright rays, before the kangaroo disappeared from view. Turning back to Killian, Kieran furrowed his brows. No shifter magic is going to cut it this time. You need some serious technology and firepower to get the job done. And since we're family, I'll do my part. But make no mistake, you owe me big time. I'm grateful. Should you find yourself in need of anything going forward, you only have to call me. Kieran's lips twitched up into a smirk. I want Ivy. What did you say? Kieran chuckled. I want to use her profile for my combat suits model. Naturally, I'll seek her permission first. But she's quite timid when it comes to anything corporate, my world, so you'll have to help persuade her. Kieran, shouldn't we focus on how to rescue her from the underworld before delving into modeling? Does that seem prudent to you right now? Kieran drained the last drop of his wine and murmured, Yes, we must handle this issue now. He removed a package from the bag which had been delivered to him earlier and handed it over to Killian. The package was deceptively simple in appearance, a flat rectangular parcel roughly the size of a neatly folded t-shirt. Its surface was an enigmatic shade of matte black, contrasting with the faint iridescent sheen that danced over it when light hit just right. Despite its compact size, it had a palpable weightiness, hinting at the dense technology contained within. Fine seams crisscrossed the package, marking areas where it had been meticulously sealed. These seams gleamed with a slight metallic hue, suggesting a reinforced structure designed to withstand significant pressure. Embedded at its center was a small, unobtrusive tab, the sole indication of where one might begin to open it. You're holding the future of interworld combat technology in your hands, Killian. What does this have to do with Ivy's modeling? Well, after Ivy and I went to the Between World to rescue you, we returned to London in the middle of the Thames and were completely soaked. Remember? Killian narrowed his eyes. Yes, and you offered Ivy the combat suit. Yes, that was when it was still in prototype. The measurements for the suit fit Ivy's profile perfectly, and her profile helped us complete its development. Now the suit provides both offensive capabilities while also safeguarding human bodies during multidimensional travel without aid from supernatural forces. Killian placed the suit bag on the table. By supernatural aid, I assume you mean that we can pass through without requiring an invitation from the other world? Siren nodded. Yes, it's especially pertinent to this journey. You and I will go to the underworld sans an invitation. I'm assuming the underworld won't allow her a safe return here, so she'll require the suit to come back with us. Killian shook his head. That makes sense, but still, what does that have to do with Ivy's modeling? Kieran sighed. The measurements we took to complete the suit weren't just her body, we also took her blood profile, and that was what completed the suit. I kept the data without her permission, but now you and I are using the suits on this trip. I understand that. The suits help us go to the underworld. In a way, they help us help her. I can't think of a reason why Ivy would object to her blood profile being used for our protection. She tends to protect people. Kieran shook his head. And do you think you can persuade her to grant permission for mass production of these weaponized suits? It's not mass production if it's helping our family, Kieran? No, but at this stage we can't make the suits ourselves. Not yet. We have to outsource part of the production to another company, and they will want to mass produce this. We can refuse, but then we won't be able to make more suits. How many do we have now? 5. These are still prototypes, so they only last one use. Siren put another 4 packages on the table. Between you and I, we will use up 4 suits. Ivy will use 1. That's it. Can we deal with the production issue later, after we get her back? Yes, I just wanted to let you know now, so we're clear. Killian nodded. "It's clear. I appreciate you being transparent about this. What exactly is in Ivy's blood that makes it special?" There was a long pause. "You wouldn't surprise me even if you tried, Kieran. Is that her connection with the underworld? With the demons?" Kieran nodded. "Maybe. But that's only a theory. The demons could have wanted anyone, but why her? And also, the underworld and the herd of goddesses and deities could have gone for another family. There are plenty of powerful and well-connected people in both worlds. Why us?" Killian nodded. "Agreed. But remember, we're the only family with this strange split between shifters and non-shifters." "I know. And I understand why you don't call my half of the family humans." "Not just your half, Kieran. You are the one with the biggest problem." "Seriously, I really don't know where my thunder power comes from. When we have an opportunity to spare, when not being chased around by shifters, deities, and hellhounds, I might get a chance to figure that out. As for now, if you're okay with telling Ivy about using her blood profile as a weapon, we can be on a flight in 4 hours." "Fair enough. What are your plans regarding the key? I assume you have a plan." "The key?" Killian gestured to the document Kieran had shown him before. The document said the gateway will open inside the bent pyramid in Dashur, he said. "Yes, it's a normal tourist attraction that any ordinary humans can visit. We might need to purchase sightseeing tickets, but we don't need a key." "Take a look at this photo," Killian urged as he pointed toward it. The snapshot revealed a large stone slab engraved with intricate hieroglyphs. Dominating its center was the symbol of the Ankh, enveloped by a circle, symbolizing the cycle of rebirth and the eternal soul. Flanking this emblem were 2 statues of Anubis, the jackal-headed god, the guardian of the dead and overseer of mummification. In one hand, Anubis held a scepter, a signifier of power and dominion in the underworld. Kieran chuckled. "These are typical features you'd find in pyramids. You can even spot them in movies." Killian shook his head. "The Ankh within a circle signifies the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It's also a lock, a barrier that separates the realm of the living from the dead. Placing an Ankh next to an Anubis means this gateway is locked and guarded. We'll need an opening spell." Kieran narrowed his eyes. "How do you know that?" Killian sighed. "Part of the training my father gave me. He wanted me to recognize all gates, keys, locks, and signs of gatekeepers and the like." "Training for what?" Killian shoved his hands into his pants pockets. This was a touchy part of his past he didn't want to discuss. He sighed again. "It was for the Trinity Witness Challenge. I didn't understand it back then." Kieran snorted. "Of course not. Your father died when you were 5. So you got this training when you were what? 4? I saw this symbol shortly before I turned 5. So we can assume your father wouldn't have had a chance to teach you the opening spell?" "No, I don't know any spells." They heard a snort and giggle coming from the ceiling. Kieran pulled out his gun and pointed it upward. Wait, don't shoot!" Killian sensed something familiar. He didn't want Kieran to fire. The small door leading to the manhole in the ceiling slid open, revealing Viv's pretty face with a wide grin across. "You're not going to shoot me for real, are you, pretty head?" "I would have if Killian hadn't stopped me." Kieran put the gun away. Killian reached his hands up to help Viv climb down. It amazed him that the young druid they had met not long ago let herself fall down from the ceiling into his arms with complete confidence and trust that he would catch her. She laughed when he caught her and bounced to the corner on her feet, then settled down onto a reading chair. "You know you have a hole in your roof, right, Wolfhead? I got right into your ceiling through that hole." "His name is Killian," Kieran corrected Viv. "Wolf." Viv trailed off as Kieran gave her a stern look. "You're no fun." She stood and stomped out of the room. Kieran grabbed her elbow before she could reach the door. "You're 14, Viv. When all this is over, you'll be on your own again in the druid world. With this attitude, you won't last long out there. I made it for 14 years. Thank the fuck for bringing that up, pretty H. Kieran LeBlanc. You happy? Now let go of my arm. Kieran released her. I'll have someone drop you off in the city or wherever else you'd like to go, Viv. Unfortunately, we won't be around. It wouldn't be safe for you to stay. She huffed. You're going to Egypt, right? I was in the ceiling before the two of you started talking, just so we're clear before you accuse me of eavesdropping. Killian gave Viv a gentle nudge out of the room. Come on, we'll get you out of here. Yes, we're heading to Egypt. But please keep this between us. Of course I can keep a secret. Can I stay here, though? Surely you'll be back soon, right? It's not like you can actually get in without an opening spell. Kieran quirked an eyebrow. What do you mean? Viv squared her shoulders and shot Kieran a challenging look. Didn't Wolf Killian say you need an opening spell? Neither of you do spells. Am I right or am I wrong? The art of magic isn't something that money can buy. Kieran chuckled. If you want to come with us and use a spell, just say it outright instead of beating around the bush, Viv. No, we're not taking you. You're too young. There's no way we could protect you if things got dangerous. Killian shook his head. I don't need your protection, Wolf. Killian, Viv sighed. I know a basic opening spell from my time with the Druids. Aren't you running out of time or something? Killian arched an eyebrow as he gazed at Kieran. Are we? He looked back at the photograph. Kieran reoriented the document to the front page. It's in the survey, Killian. Data suggests that we don't have much time before the gate opens. How long do we have? 72 hours, max, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Viv took the folder and perused the photos. What if Viv develops the spell for us, but she stays outside of the pyramid? It's a tourist site. She could easily blend in as a teen who just doesn't want to enter an old tomb and would rather be on her phone. That sounds reasonable. Killian nodded in agreement. We do have one slight problem, though. Viv glanced up from the photos. Chapter 3. It was freezing. The unforgiving darkness swallowed Ivy whole as she regained consciousness. Disorientation set in immediately as she tried to take in her surroundings, but all she could feel was cold and nothingness. She was adrift in an absolute silence that was overwhelming in its emptiness. Her heart raced as a wave of panic set in. Where am I? She whispered to herself. She tried to remember how she had gotten here, but her mind was blurry. All she could recall was darkness, the sensation of being lost in a never-ending void. She tried to feel for something, anything, to anchor her, but nothing was there. No walls, no floor, no ceiling, just an inky blackness like a vacuum, with no sign of life or light. Panic clawed at her throat as she tried to blink away the inky blackness, only to find that her eyes were open all along. It wasn't the darkness that caused her disorientation. She was totally blind. The thought sent a chill through her body. She felt around her body, feeling for something, anything, but there was nothing. Silence pressed down on her like a crushing weight, oppressive, suffocating. The cold seeped into her bones, a stark reminder of her vulnerability. But she couldn't afford to be panic. She needed an anchor. There was none in sight, so she sought refuge in her own heart. Killian, she whispered, his name slipping from her lips like a prayer. Though it brought her no comfort, she couldn't help but cling to the memory of him, his warmth, and the love they shared. Her heart ached with the need to see him again, to feel his arms around her. Taking a deep breath, she tried to focus. She had to get out. Whatever this place was, it had to have an exit. Taking a few steps forward, she stumbled and fell to the ground, her hands splayed out in front of her. Ivy gritted her teeth. Staying still was not an option. She had to move, to fight, to do whatever it took to get out of here. She tentatively reached out her hands, searching for something tangible in the black void that surrounded her. Her fingers brushed against something cold and hard, a wall perhaps, or maybe a door. Either way, it was a start. The darkness remained relentless, leaving Ivy with little choice but to navigate through touch alone. As she explored the barren walls, hope began to bloom within her chest. Each new discovery, no matter how small, was a step closer to freedom. Selena's voice reverberated in Ivy's mind. "He hasn't claimed you yet, my dear Ivy, but you're in his domain. Do not surrender to him. If you show the slightest bit of vulnerability, he'll have the upper hand. It's so dark here." "I understand. The darkness is his strength, and he's using it against you. It's not too late, Ivy. Join forces with me and I'll help you. I'll get you out of there." "How can I be sure this isn't your doing?" "You can't be. You'll simply have to trust my words." Ivy scoffed. "You can blind me, but you can't turn me into an idiot." "I didn't blind you." "No, instead, you tried to manipulate me into taking an oath. Just go away. Get out of my head, Selene." Ivy's fingertips traced the rough surface of the wall, her touch light and hesitant as she carefully inched her way around the cell. She sought any irregularities or weaknesses that might offer a chance of escape, her heart pounding with a mixture of hope and desperation. "Think, Ivy, think," she murmured to herself, trying to block out the oppressive darkness that enveloped her. The cold stone under her feet sent shivers up her spine, but she couldn't let fear paralyze her. As she continued her exploration, Ivy's fingers brushed against a slightly protruding brick. She paused. Was this the sign she was searching for? She pressed against it, feeling the grittiness of the mortar between her fingers. Come on," she whispered urgently, willing the brick to give way, but it remained stubbornly immovable. Defeated, Ivy released a shaky breath and moved on. The disappointment weighed heavily on her, but she couldn't afford to dwell on it. She had to keep going, to find another possibility. She seethed into the darkness. "Is this what you wanted, Demon King? To break me down and make me lose all hope? Well, I have news for you. You can either kill me or let me go. I won't take sides with anyone, not you, not Selene. So take your dark power and shove it up your own ass." Suddenly, she felt a slight give in one of the bricks. Ivy paused, holding her breath as she pressed against it with renewed urgency. The brick slid back ever so slightly, and a hushed rustle echoed through the dark void. "Who's there?" she whispered, her heart pounding in her chest. "Easy now, you don't want to rattle those bricks too much. The wall is pretty weak," came a low male voice from the other side of the wall. "Who are you?" Ivy demanded. "An ally," the voice replied. Ivy snorted. "Oh, I don't think so. I don't trust anyone in this underworld. I meant we're on the same boat. I'm also held captive here just like you. If we work together, we can get out." "If that's possible, why are you still here?" "Because nobody in your cell agreed to join me so that we could escape together." "What happened to those who were in this cell before me?" "I don't know. Maybe they got killed. Or maybe the Demon King had them for breakfast. Or fed them to the hellhounds. Why didn't he kill you?" "I have no idea. I would rather be killed than being kept here. It has been so long that I've lost track of time." Ivy felt like pacing around the cell. However, given she was as blind as a bat in a strange place, pacing wasn't a wise idea. "How do you think we can work together? And just so you know, if you're working for the Demon King, don't try to trick me into some kind of dark oath. It won't work." "Have no clue what you're talking about. Do you want to get out or not?" "Yes, let's go ahead." The man cleared his throat. "So, you see the lever at the top of your cell door?" "I can't see. It's there. It's gigantic. He showed a vision of it before. How can you not see it?" "He took away my sight." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Your sight must have something to do with your power." "What do you mean?" "That's what he does. Take away your most precious assets. He took away my light. I'm a mage. The light is all I've got." Ivy chuckled. "Then he's sadly mistaken about where I get my willpower from. So what's with the lever?" "The lever inside your door opens my cell. Then the lever to open your cell is on the outside. So after you set me free, I'll come over and open your door and we can escape together." If it's that straightforward, why didn't others collaborate with you? Isn't it a win-win situation? This is the Demon King's mind game. Can you see it? No, I mean, do you understand his plan? He hasn't killed us. That means he wants something from us and still has a chance to get it. But as for me, when you release me, there is a snake pit in front of my cell door and I'm ophidiophobic. It would be hard for me to cross it, but if it is what needs to be done to fulfill our agreement, I will do my best. Right. Did you tell anyone else about your phobia when you asked them to open the door? Yes, transparency and honesty are the foundations of trust. How can we work together without trust? Ivy snorted. You sound like a corporate consultant in the human world. How did you know? Ivy sighed and questioned, What's your name? Samuel. I'm Ivy. How did you get here? And what does being a corporate consultant have to do with the Demon King? My clients are supernaturals, many of them being cross-world creatures. I help them understand how to operate in the human world, and somehow I found myself in this situation. You should have gotten Light Source's protection. Then you wouldn't be here. True. Once I get back, if I can make it back, I'll look into that. Samuel, if I let you out, can you find your way back out of the underworld? It must be difficult. I know the way. I have my travel passes. They're like the invites we use to travel to different realms. They're like visas. Exactly. You have enough clients in the cross-world so you get paid with all sorts of interesting things. Right. So when you get back to the human world, can I send someone a message? Yes. But if you set me free, I will come over and help get you out as well, and we can leave together, no matter what happens. I keep my promises. I won't hold you to that. Right now, I'm unable to see anything, so even if we did escape and were chased down, I'd just be extra baggage for you. So you'll let me go and accept it if I don't make good on my promise? Yeah, I don't expect much from people, so it won't hurt when they break their promises. You're strange. Thanks, I take that as a compliment. Now can you take my message? Sure. Then head to the Kinneton Wolf Shifter Pack in Victoria, Australia, and tell Killian, the alpha wolf, that I'm all right. Let him know there's no need for him to come looking for me. We got a deal? Of course, but I'll still do my best to get you out of here. We'll see about that. Now tell me where to find the lever. It's at the top on the left-hand side of your door. Ivy traced her fingers on the rough surface of the wall. She found a rough line that she figured was where the lever was supposed to be. She felt for the rough edges and pulled. The lever squeaked and creaked, tried to fall back into place, but it wouldn't move. Damn it! It opened. Pull it all the way down, then push it toward the wall and to the left. Yeah, it's not coming off. I can't move it. Push harder, Ivy. It must be rusty. Ivy gritted her teeth and yanked the lever with all her might. The lever responded with a loud squeak and gave in to her efforts. She pulled it down as far as it would go, then pushed it towards the wall and to the left. My door is opening, Samuel said. The mechanical click of the door unlocking echoed through the wall, followed by a low grumble as it slowly eased open. Samuel, I hope you keep your promises, she said softly without expecting an answer. Only the silence answered her back. With a sigh, she settled down on the cold floor and leaned against the wall for support. In a short moment, she could hear her own cell door squeak open. She scrambled up to her feet. The moment he stepped into her cell, she could feel the raw energy that pulsed through him like a wave of electricity. He was large, and the small cell seemed to shrink around her in his presence. Hey, don't worry, it's me, Samuel. His grip on her hands were firm but gentle as she frantically reached out into the dark. I'm here. I told you. We'll get out together, he said with conviction. Are there guards or hellhounds around? From the front, no, just the snakes. So I'm not going back that way. From the back, I'm not sure, but we can only find out after we swim across the stream. His voice remained steady and assured, even when she quaked at the thought of swimming in the dark water. Swim? No. You don't swim, Ivy? I don't do well in deep waters. Plus, I can't see a thing. I'll take you. You trust me enough to let me out of my cell. Now trust me to take you with me and keep you safe, okay? He nudged her gently forward while his voice still held that unwavering certainty that made her feel secure, despite their dangerous situation. The cold wind blasted her face when they emerged from her prison cell and turned onto an unknown path at its rear, one leading toward an uncertain future. Chapter 4. Killian was swiftly engulfed by an inky blackness. His wolf nose twitched with the pungent smell of decay and wafts of greasy smoke from the glowing torches that pierced the shadows. His human form slammed to the ground. His vision flickered in and out as he lost control of his body. The cold chill from the ground seeped through his bones. In front of him, the world had become nothing but purest void. A feeling of dread penetrated his consciousness. Each icy tendril grew stronger until he realized the fear he was sensing wasn't his own. It was Ivy's. She was plunged into terror in the shadowed abyss, and she was all alone. As soon as the sensation had subdued and he could regain control of his body, Killian scrambled back up on his feet. "What the fuck is going on?" Kieran said. Killian reached his arms out in front of him. He could hear Kieran, but he could see nothing but blackness. Kieran's hands held onto Killian's shoulders. "Killian, say something. Can you stand if I let go?" Yes." The world in front of Killian flickered, then reappeared as normal. He shrugged off Kieran's hold. "I'm fine, thanks." Viv clicked her tongue. "Geez, I didn't think the fact that I don't speak ancient Egyptian would come as such a shock. You dropped like a sack of potatoes." "It's not every day you find out someone doesn't speak mummy, Viv. How long was I out, Kieran?" "About 20 seconds lying on the ground and about 10 standing up with blank eyes like you were blind." "I think I felt Ivy," Killian uttered. Kieran nodded with understanding. "I'm not surprised. You two have a spiritual connection. She's somewhere dark, cold, and—" Kieran raised an eyebrow as he waited for Killian to finish his sentence. After several moments of silence, Kieran filled in the blanks. "So she's somehow blinded? Like your blank eyes?" "Yes," Killian gulped. I think she's scared." "She's absolutely terrified, and she's all alone, Siren. She's not scared easily. I've never seen her so afraid before. What could have happened down there that would terrify her so much?" "It's the underworld she's dealing with. If it doesn't create fear, then it shouldn't be called the underworld or hell, does it? But don't worry, we'll go there. We'll get her out." "Have you finished your motivational speech yet? Can we go find an interpreter now? You may think that I'm smart, but if you need a spell in Mummy's language, there is no way I can conjure it up within 72 hours. Viv stood, propping herself up against the doorway. "Let's get going." Killian strode toward the car. Half an hour later, Killian's eyes followed as Ethan stepped into their temporary office set up in town. Ethan stood in front of the table. His fingers kept drumming on the side of his leg. Ethan glanced toward Siren, who sat at the other end of the table with his usual aloof manner. Ethan was an average-sized young man with an athletic build, his darkish brown hair tied back with a thin piece of black plastic. His light gray eyes glinted in the dim light as he moved through the room. Killian and Kieran could tell that Ethan was too young for the level of experience he was claiming, an expert in archaeology with a specialization in ancient cultures. After they shook hands, Ethan settled into a chair in front of the interviewing desk. He tried to take a deep breath to calm himself, but ended up blurting out, "Did you know that the ancient Egyptians believed that the god Anubis had the head of a jackal? Some also believed that wolves and jackals were sacred to him." Killian, momentarily taken aback by the seemingly irrelevant trivia, replied, "I've heard of Anubis, but that's not exactly what we're here to discuss." Realizing his nervous blunder, Ethan's face turned a shade redder. "Right, of course, I apologize. Sometimes I just ramble when I'm nervous. How much experience do you have with text and symbols from ancient Egypt?" Killian didn't feel the need to beat around the bush. "I've only visited 2 sites in Sudan, but my major is in ancient Egyptian culture. I can read texts and symbols," Ethan said, pausing momentarily. Did you know that the ancient Egyptians invented toothpaste? He blurted out again. Kieran raised an eyebrow. Not exactly the ancient Egyptian fact I was expecting, but thanks for the dental history. Do you know who we are? Killian asked. Ethan nodded, trying to regain his composure. You're Killian LeBlanc, Alpha of the Kinneton Pack. I'm a big fan. He glanced at Kieran. And if I'm not mistaken, you're from the non-shifter side of the family. By the way, wolves in packs communicate a lot through body language. An upright tail, for instance, signifies confidence. Thanks for the tip, Ethan. I'll make sure to hold my tail high at the next pack meeting. And here I was, just wagging it around willy-nilly, Killian said with a smirk. Kieran leaned back in his chair and talked to Killian. He stalked us. I don't like that. Ethan quickly interjected, No, Mr. LeBlanc, I just want to prove to you that I genuinely admire your work, both of you do. The LeBlanc's business fascinates me because it manages the integration between the shifter and human sides, which usually don't mix, within a family. It's amazing. Kieran shook his head. You're a potential hacker, Ethan. We hack people's systems, not the other way around. So that's a no for me, Killian. I'm surprised your friend recommended this. Killian nodded. Agreed. He shouldn't have suggested someone who isn't ready for the pack-related business. Kieran finished his glass of water. Let's just use my translating software. It's not perfect, but at least we'll be in control. Perfect. Killian extended his hand toward Ethan. Thank you for your time. We'll be in touch should there be other work opportunities in the future. Kieran stood as if he was preparing to leave. Ethan didn't take Killian's hand. Please give me a chance. I'll sign any non-disclosure clause and other paperwork that you need me to. Kieran shook his head. We're pressed for time. No time to get the paperwork done. We needed to be on the plane an hour ago. Please give me a chance. Going to an ancient tomb in Egypt has been a dream of mine. Kieran cocked an eyebrow. Ethan pivoted. Of course. My dreams don't concern you, Mr. LeBlanc. Understood, but I can contribute. It doesn't matter how sophisticated your technology is, there are things that will need human touch when it comes to ancient cultures. Kieran shoved his hands into his pockets. I don't see how this could work without a blood oath, Ethan. Kieran, I can't take any more burden into the pack right now. An oath isn't something we hand out randomly, Killian protested. I can take an oath, even if it's a blood oath. I have no intention to betray you anyway, so I have nothing to hide or be afraid of, Ethan suggested. Killian lowered his voice. A blood oath in pack business means you have to agree to getting turned. Turning into a wolf. Kieran chuckled. Told you he's not ready. Let's go, Killian. Both Killian and Kieran walked toward the door. I agree. It's an honor for me to be part of your pack, Killian. You sure? Ethan nodded solemnly. Kieran tossed a small, clear plastic package on the table, with a pill inside. He won't turn you now because you'll be too sick to go on the trip. But this tablet is a marker. It contains his blood trace. You can take it now. Ethan swallowed the tablet without hesitation. Killian cast a glance at Kieran's face and saw a ghost of a smile. Kieran's keen ability to negotiate and make deals was on full display, as he had predicted Ethan's reactions to the offer. As they made to exit the room, Viv strolled in with a muffin and fruit juice in hand, seemingly caught off guard by Ethan's presence. Killian, who hadn't paid attention to young girls' reactions to boys for a long time, couldn't help but notice Viv blushing and batting her eyelashes frantically. Kieran caught the exchange, too. He cleared his throat before turning back to Ethan. As Killian turned, he intentionally bumped into Viv's juice and knocked it over. Viv gasped in shock. Oh, what the F? Killian found amusement in Viv's response. Viv quickly hurried to the restroom to freshen up. Once Viv was out of hearing range, Kieran told Ethan, Your role isn't just to decipher text and symbols. You have to explain them to Viv. He nodded in the direction Viv had gone. She'll be the one to cast the spell for us. Understood, Ethan replied. I get it. I'll put the text into a context she can use. I'm fairly well versed in witchcraft language. Not that I can actually make any spells, I just comprehend the terms. Perfect, Killian nodded approvingly. And don't forget, Viv isn't an ordinary young woman. If you lay a hand on her, I'll not accept you into our pack. I won't turn you. Ethan nodded vigorously in agreement. Kieran uttered harshly, "Don't take that as a sign of relief, Ethan. The pill you just took is a marker. That means if you don't go through with the turn, it will blow your brain out. So if Killian refuses to turn you, it's a death sentence. Understood?" "Understood. Yes, I won't displease Viv." Killian sighed. "She's resilient, you can't upset her even if you try. Just remember, she's only 14 years old." "Oh? She's only 14? Yeah, all right, got it. I'll keep her age in mind," Ethan concluded. "Fricking ruined my favorite shirt," Viv grumbled as she stepped into the room. "What's going on here?" "This is Ethan," Kieran said, his voice echoing off the walls. "He'll be helping you with the translation." "Right, so we've got the mummy's language issue sorted then." 10 minutes later, Viv and Ethan waited in the back seat of the car. Killian loaded a small bag into the trunk. Kieran took out a small knife and put it in an ankle holster. "Why didn't you tell me you have a translating software? We could have just used that rather than involving Ethan." "I don't have any software." Killian snorted. "Of course you bluff. And what about the marker pill? Was that a bluff too?" "No, it's a real pill. But it will only give him a headache for a few days. So just in case you don't think he's good enough for your pack, then don't turn him." Chapter 5. In front of Ivy lurked a thick void of emptiness. The darkness, however, was not what she feared most. It was what Samuel had said to her in the cell. So much remained unknown in her life. Yet one thing she knew for certain. Killian would come for her. It didn't matter that she was in the underworld, nor that she was connected to the demon. It didn't matter that she had asked him to move on and given him permission to break their bond. Still, here she was, trapped, blinded, unable to tell him what the underworld the Demon King and Selene had planned should he manage to enter. Samuel said he could reach out to his people, but also knew leading them straight into a death trap lay ahead. Thus he lingered in the underworld cell for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Ivy presented the best chance. "Is there a cliff in front of me? You know I'm blind like a bat, yeah?" "There is no cliff in front of you for the next 10 feet. After that, we'll have to climb down." She held her hands out in front of her to maintain balance as she stepped carefully forward. "So 10 feet, you say?" "Ivy, are you crazy, stupid, or naive? Don't you think you'll drop right down the cliff if my estimate turns out wrong? You wouldn't let me fall because then you won't have a fighting chance if we're attacked. That's what you said earlier. The Demon King took away my sight and left mage light." "Yes, that's true. So I'm your eyes and you'll be my weapon." She flung her arms around wildly. "Then why don't you find me a walking stick?" "No, but you can hold on to my arm." She felt his hand gently guiding hers to wrap around the crook of his elbow. It was comforting, having an anchor, a physical connection with another living being in this underworld. "How does that feel, Ivy?" "Good, let's go." They crept towards the precipice. "So those you left behind, they're family? Friends? You mixed with humans?" "Yes, all of them." Realizing he was not willing to divulge much information, she offered, "I was raised by the mages, though I was born human. Or so I thought until the underworld came for me." "Why?" "It appears I'm related to the demon." "The Demon King who had us captured?" "Probably, but I can't just accept their word on that. My friend Liam is a police detective. We should get a DNA test to be sure." Samuel snickered lightly. "You're very human-like. You think in their way. Don't you know immortal beings don't reproduce the same way as mortals do?" "You mean they don't have sex and make babies?" She rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What a shocker. Do you know how they do it, then?" "I don't exactly spend my time pondering this matter. But the thing is, cross-species courting is complicated enough as it is, let alone between different realms. Tell me about that. I'm not Shifter, so I can't see how Killian and I can be together." You can. My wife isn't a mage. I don't care what our daughter turns out to be. But I love her the same. As long as you don't get involved in important matter in your community, nobody would even notice. Killian was born to be leader. He'll become alpha of his pack. That will be tricky indeed. They heard footsteps from behind them. They found out we escaped. Samuel was alarmed. Are they just guards or shapeshifter hellhounds? I don't know. Samuel stepped backwards so quickly he almost tripped over Ivy. Don't panic, I can take a couple. You just need to tell me what they are, their sizes. Oh, no, they're coming. So many footsteps. That doesn't help. Just calm down, Samuel. Tell me exactly what they are and how many. She let go of his arm. Samuel took a couple of steps toward the sound and then returned. They have man shape. I'd say at least 6 of them. Could be cross-world mercenaries, but definitely not hellhounds, he whispered. All right, we need to find a place to hide. Can you teleport us somewhere? No, I don't know how, but I can make us invisible for a short time. Good enough. Let's do that. Ivy closed her eyes and focused her energy, feeling the familiar tingle as Samuel weaved his magic around them. It felt as if the surrounding forest had faded into a void. All that was left was the sound of footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves as the guards passed by. They stayed still for what felt like hours, waiting for the guard to give up their search. As the last guard walked away, she could feel Samuel take away the disguise magic, as if a warm blanket had been taken off her, exposing her skin to the chill air. "Look out! A hound!" he shouted. Ivy switched on all of her senses, everything except her sight. Her connection with Killian had granted her acute sensitivities of the wolf. Without seeing, she could feel its force charging at her. She could hear its breathing and pounding heartbeat. As the wolf lunged and its front legs touched her chest, she swiveled, grabbing its legs and flinging it toward the empty space where she predicted Samuel had mentioned a cliff. She could feel the weight of the animal being thrown in the air, hear the desperate howl and hair-raising, thudding sound as its body hit whatever was beneath the cliff. Then, silence. Samuel? Here. I'm here. Right. For a moment, I thought I had accidentally thrown you off the cliff. That was close, she sighed, wiping sweat from her forehead. Yeah, Samuel chuckled, his voice wavering slightly. That's how you fight when you can't see. That hound was as big as a tiger. I wouldn't want to be your opponent at any time. All right, are we all set now? Make sure it isn't as bumpy as the hound's descent. I'll lower you first with this rope, then I'll follow. Rope? Where did you find it? He placed her hand on a bundle of rope. Can you feel that? If you had been locked up as long as I was, you'd have every item necessary for an escape prepared. This rope is magical, too. I can't exactly muster up any strength or power at the moment, but I'm still able to do magic. The trek along the cliff face went as smoothly as Samuel had promised. She could feel the ground beneath her feet give way slightly, but it wasn't grass she was walking on. Suddenly a chill ran down her spine, and a deep sense of dread filled her very being. How close are we to the water? She asked. Do you have any idea what will happen once we reach to the other side of the stream? We're about 100 yards from the stream. On the other side, there is an area called the Free Spirit Cave. It's a neutral ground and it's quite safe. We can stay there, and I can then call my people for help. How do you know that? The Free Spirit Cave is where I got captured. But you just said it's safe. Yes, it's safe if you don't do anything naughty. Such as? Ivy, it's a place where all creatures can seek refuge. Cross-world creatures use this as a common ground for negotiations, striking new collaborations. So what did you do to get captured? I crossed into the underworld. Look, I didn't even know I had crossed until I was greeted by a couple of hounds, okay? Why were you there in the first place? I was practicing some new magic, sort of like opening spells and all. So opening a way into the Free Spirit Cave was an achievement I was proud of. I just didn't know I opened it all the way in and crossed into the underworld. I thought I'd dash in, have a look, and then get out." Ivy snorted. "If that's easy, then everyone would go to that cave for a picnic. So does that mean I can meet Killian safely inside the underworld if we make it to that cave?" "In theory, yes. How about in reality?" "Well, it's a neutral ground, so any creature with the right spell can get in. They're not supposed to harm others in there. But there will always be bad apples, those who have nothing to lose." "All right, I get it. Both good and bad guys can get in and out because the cave won't judge anyone. I'll take my chances. That's the only chance, actually." He offered the crook of his arm again. "Okay, let's go then." As they walked, a frosty air surrounded Ivy as if it were alive. She felt spiritual beings brushing against her skin, making her tingle to the bone. The spooky atmosphere seemed to emanate from everywhere, as if unseen eyes were watching them in the darkness. The surrounding trees creaked and groaned in the cold breeze, like something sinister was lurking in the shadows. "What is this place truly?" she asked. Samuel cleared his throat and said nothing. She punched him lightly on the shoulder. "What is it that you're not telling me?" "The stream we're about to cross is the rivers of the lost souls." "And you expect me to swim across? Amongst the lost souls?" "Ivy, there isn't any bridge. You expect me to call you a chopper?" "I'm not afraid, but I'm hopeless in the waters. So if you expect me to protect you, there's zero chance that it's happening. There's another way. Enlighten me, please." She could hear the sound of water lapping against the shore now. She wasn't sure if it was the water or the lost souls playing in the shadows. "There's a man rowing a boat across the river. He can take us across for a price." "And what would that price be? I assume he doesn't take credit cards." "A memory." "I'm sorry." "Yeah, he'll take a memory from you. One each per passenger, actually. And that's a price I'm not prepared to pay. Memories are priceless." "Oh, don't be precious, Samuel. I'm taking the ferry with or without you. So, how does this work?" A croaky voice from an old man came across. "You will deposit your memory into my Pandora box, one memory per soul each way. You cannot fake this, and there is no return, so recall the memory you want to trade, then place your hand in the box." "I don't want to do this," Samuel rumbled. "Okay, I'll see you on the other side then." "All right, I'll do it." Ivy heard the sound of a wooden box opening and closing. Samuel pressed the box into her hands. "Your turn, Ivy." She nodded and placed her hand in the box. In a short moment after she gave the box to Samuel, she heard a low growl. "What is that?" she asked. The man snarled, showing his fangs. "I think he used to be a vampire of some sort. What did you put in the box?" "A memory. I didn't cheat." "Clearly he's not happy, Ivy." "A memory is a memory. I did exactly what he asked. Is he going back on his word?" "Get on," the old man croaked. "Are you sure it's safe to get on board now that he's showing his fangs at us?" "I don't go back on my word, no matter how low your blow is." Samuel's firm grip on her shoulder ushered her along. "We have to finish the journey now," he said, a hint of determination in his voice. Carefully, they stepped into the small boat bobbing in the murky water below them. The unusual tranquility of the Soul River enveloped them as they crossed, the eerily still wind brushing against her skin. The lost souls that never had the chance to make it across floated around them, tapping at the sides of their vessel and crying out in their hollow voices. Some laughed with dark merriment, while others slowly moaned. Occasionally, she heard something she couldn't decipher, maybe a desperate plea for help from another soul seeking redemption. She whispered, "They wouldn't jump at us, would they?" "The lost souls? No, I don't think so. What memory did you put in the box?" "The time when I accidentally dyed my hair neon pink. I remember that. So he took a memory associated with that. I can't recall it now, obviously. But I still remember the hair, and I would rather he had taken that memory." Samuel stifled a laugh and said nothing else. At the other side, Samuel helped her step onto the bank. The air around them was heavy with dread as the man pushed the boat back into the dark waters. "Thank you," she said, but her words hung like a noose in between them. Good luck, the old man whispered, his voice dripping with foreboding. Why do we need luck, Samuel? What did he mean? Silence. Samuel, what are you seeing? If you want me to fight, you have to tell me what I am fighting against. Speak up! She frantically searched with her hand in front of her, but only empty air greeted her. Samuel, she yelled out desperately, answer me! Chapter 6. Killian wondered if it felt like they had been flying for 400 years. Time spent in the air was unbearable, and he couldn't do anything except wait. Being patient wasn't his strong suit, especially since Ivy was trapped in the underworld fighting against the darkness alone. The weight of his anxiety grew with each passing moment of their separation. At the far end of Kieran's luxurious private jet, Ethan was desperately attempting to instruct Viv about the ancient history of Egypt without success. On the opposite side of the aisle, Kieran settled in his own armchair and dove into work on his computer. Killian knew how difficult it was for Kieran to abandon the business empire he ran in order to attend to pack matters. Did you know, Ethan began, glancing over at Viv while adjusting his glasses, that the bent pyramid was initially designed with a 54-degree inclination, but due to structural instability during construction, they had to change it to 43 degrees. Viv raised an eyebrow, her long wavy hair sweeping over one eye. Do you know what kind of potion I can make with bumbleberry and squirming salamander scales? No? Don't care? That's how I feel about your pyramid trivia. Ethan rolled his eyes. All right, smarty pants. How about this? Some believe the bent pyramid was built to honor the pharaoh Sneferu, who ruled Egypt around 2600 BCE. Viv interjected, any more random facts and I will cast a spell so that you grow a tail, Professor Ethan. This is not a random fact. The information pertains to your spellcasting because it provides the context from my translation. When it comes to ancient text, we have to consider the context. The same word might mean different things in different situations. If my translation is inaccurate, what effect would that have on your spell? But I still don't have to learn everything about mummies. Ethan shifted in his chair. I'm not really proficient in matters of spirit and soul, but the energy of this pyramid, its very essence, is deeply intertwined with Pharaoh Sneferu himself. His reign, his accomplishments, the controversies that surrounded him, they're all embedded in these walls. It's as if the pyramid itself is a repository of his soul and his journey. The spells you will develop will need to be aligned with the essence of Sneferu. If not, we might invoke an energy we aren't prepared to handle. I got it. He built the pyramids and his spirit lives on through them. You could say so. He was renowned for his innovative pyramid designs during his time. So he's the tricky guy who creates tricky buildings with traps and hidden doorways that we don't want to accidentally stumble into? In general, yes. However, more specifically, it is likely we will fall into spiritual traps rather than physical ones inside the pyramid. Is this like the mirror house at the showgrounds? Can't tell which is a door and which isn't. Pretty much, Ethan replied. Well, I'll stay away from spells that create illusions then. You're the expert. You know best. Viv smirked as Ethan called her an expert. Ethan scratched his head, then smiled. You know, there's this one legend about Pharaoh Sneferu. What now? Viv rolled her eyes. He once hosted a party inside the bent pyramid and things got so wild that they accidentally summoned a minor deity named Heket, the frog-headed goddess of fertility and water. The story goes that the whole court then spent the rest of the night chasing animated frogs who were hopping around after swallowing Pharaoh Sneferu's ring of immortality. Viv giggled. You made that up. If the great Pharaoh Sneferu hosted the ancient Egyptian version of a frat party and ended up with a frog infestation, I would summon some frogs just for laughs. I didn't make that up, but I can't say it's true either. The point is, anything could go wrong in there and we need to be extremely careful with your incantations. What I told you might not be factual, but it came from my research. So even if it was mere folklore, it must have started from something in that pyramid, containing within its walls. Viv nodded. Imagine opening a gateway and instead of the underworld, we get a horde of frogs. I'll stick to the serious spell work. I don't like frogs whether or not they turn into princes. The moment the airplane's doors opened, a gust of hot, dry air greeted them. Killian took a deep, ragged breath, feeling dusty particles of sand fill his lungs like grainy ashes. There was an electric energy in the air, almost as if the bent pyramid had come alive with a force that seemed to haunt them, drawing them ever closer. Its steep angles and curved walls stood out against the flat desert landscape, beckoning them towards whatever secrets it held within. As they disembarked and began unloading their equipment, a small group of local security personnel approached them. "Halt!" one of the guards shouted, casting a scrutinizing glance at their belongings. "You cannot bring this stuff in here." He thrust his chin in the direction of the chest on the ground, which contained all the equipment Kieran needed to identify the gateway. Kieran had to get it past the guard if they were going to find the opening. Kieran stepped forward, his usual charm oozing from every pore. "We understand your concerns, but I assure you, we have no intention of causing any damage." The guard snickered. "I've heard that excuse before. No equipment inside. That's final." Killian tightened his jaw, his patience draining away. He knew they couldn't afford to waste any more time arguing with the guards. But before he could speak, Ethan stepped in front of him and addressed the guard in charge. "I'm an archaeologist, and I've worked on multiple projects in Egypt already. I understand the correct ways to handle these ancient sites." He gestured towards the chest. "I wouldn't even call what is inside equipment." "What is it then?" Kieran was about to speak up, but Viv pulled on his elbow, holding him back. Killian noticed a brief exchange of looks between Viv and Ethan. Then Ethan returned his attention to the guards. "These are safety measures. We need them due to our health and safety regulations, just like vests, helmets, and long-life battery torches." He nodded solemnly. "I must check. Open the chest." Killian intended to say, "It's unnecessary," but what came out was more like a growl. Ethan shot Killian and Kieran a quick look, signaling them not to move closer. He then faced the guard again, saying with apparent indifference, "Sure, if you must." Killian cursed silently. Inside that chest was Kieran's arsenal, enough weapons and equipment to take down a small army. Kieran motioned for Killian to stop before he could reach out to the guard. He pushed a button on the remote-controlled key fob in his hands. The lock relented, releasing its hold on the lid of the chest. Killian could tell Ethan and Viv were up to something, but he was flabbergasted that Kieran had this much confidence in their plan. As the chest opened, a flurry of supplies flew out, rows upon rows of safety vests, helmets with visors protecting their faces, torches shining brightly, and bottles of cold water. Artifacts from former explorations lay buried among the stacks, along with historical papers and documents. Suddenly, underneath it all, a tiny frog appeared with a loud croak and leapt out into the open. Viv barely managed to contain her laughter as the guards looked disappointedly at the escaping amphibian. Viv's spell of illusion sparkled across the chest. The guard in charge of the pyramid gave them a suspicious look. No archaeologist activities allowed in the pyramid. Kieran tensed, his impatience evident. Killian, too, felt his patience running thin. "Viv, take the spell off." Kieran was fast enough to reach the chest before Viv dispelled the magic. Killian followed suit. As soon as the spell vanished from sight, Kieran exchanged a brief, meaningful glance with Killian. In a synchronized motion, they pulled out their tranquilizer guns and took aim. The guards dropped like dominoes. Ethan yelped and jumped aside with terror at what had just happened, while Viv only raised her brows in amusement of Ethan's reaction. Viv cast another spell, covering the unconscious guards. Ethan stood, admiring what had just happened in front of him. "All right, let's get moving," Killian said, shouldering his gear. The rest of the group followed suit. As they approached the pyramid, a sudden sandstorm swirled up out of nowhere, obscuring their view and battering them with gritty wind. "Stay close!" Killian yelled over the howling wind, but his voice was swallowed by the storm. Struggling against the decreasing visibility and the howling wind, Killian and the rest of their group realized that this sandstorm was unlike anything they'd ever encountered before. Killian sensed an otherworldly energy watching them from within it, as if some wild life form pulsated from an entirely different plane of existence. It was like a living thing, moving around them as if it had a plan of its own. Ethan yelled something, but his voice was swallowed by the howling wind. Killian heard one word, lightning, before he lost all track of him in the sand-filled air. Viv waved her hands in an intricate pattern, and suddenly a protective bubble appeared around them. "It won't last long," she shouted over the chaos, but it provided enough shelter for them to reach the pyramids without getting lost or buried alive in sand. The relentless storm battered against the group as they trudged forward, desperate to reach the entrance that loomed before them. Two colossal pillars with sphinxes perched atop greeted them from out of nowhere. Kieran's face lit up with awe as he beheld the ancient cultures and artifacts. Suddenly, a streak of lightning blazed across the sky, and thunder boomed like cannon fire around them, shaking their bones. A giant lightning bolt crackled out from the dark cloud and headed straight toward them, seeming to promise an end for them all if it struck. There was no way for them to escape. Siren stood his ground and looked straight into the coming force. Then it dawned on Killian. Siren had an unexplained connection to the thunder power which had hurt him when he tried to attack using energy he didn't have. But as a receiver of the power, he could benefit from it. Killian felt a sudden surge of energy emanate from Kieran, creating a protective bubble that repelled the incoming lightning. As the lightning hit, Siren staggered back one step, but that was all the impact he received from the strike. The power Siren received and absorbed was remarkable. Killian couldn't explain it, nor could Kieran, but now wasn't the time for reflection. Ethan let out a terrified yelp and cowered against a pillar, bracing for whatever fate awaited him. Viv scrambled to arrange the debris of toppled trees into a defensive huddle around the group. Killian and Kieran lent her a hand, collecting branches along with her. Ethan was hesitant at first, but soon joined in. Viv tossed something into the flames that sparked an emerald fire, so bright it lit up their path like a beacon. The air crackled with tension when another bolt of lightning struck one of the nearby pyramids, and a deep rumble accompanied its wake. Viv began to chant an ancient spell as the storm slowly unraveled above them. Suddenly, the clouds parted to reveal the bent pyramid. Its entrance shifted from its original position, but still visible enough for them to enter. As they approached the dark entrance of the bent pyramid, Siren turned to the group. "Remember, before Viv casts the opening spell, the pyramid will just be an ordinary tourist site. But after she casts the spell, Killian and I will go through while Viv and Ethan remain in the pyramid. Ethan, it's your job to make sure Viv stays there until we return. Got it?" Ethan nodded in agreement. Viv opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by a raised warning finger from Kieran. "Do you understand me, Viv?" he asked sternly. She silently nodded her head in understanding and said nothing else. As Killian took a step to cross the threshold, a chilling whisper swirled around them, as though emanating from the very stones of the pyramid. Killian heard a voice echo, "Welcome, descendants of those who dared disturb my rest. I have waited long for this confrontation." The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Killian froze. His gaze met Kieran's, and in that moment the tension in Kieran's eyes confirmed that he too had heard the voice. The chamber's walls seemed to close in on them, and the weight of their quest pressed down harder than ever. But as quickly as the voice appeared, it vanished, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Chapter 7. "Samuel!" Ivy's hands frantically searched the empty space in front of her. Only moments ago he had been standing beside her. Now he had seemingly evaporated, vanished like a dust particle sucked up into an industrial-grade vacuum. Did he go back to the human world? It was possible, but illogical. He told her the Free Spirit Cave was the gateway between the human world and this one. They were heading toward the cave. Why did he leave without a word? "Samuel," she called again. Ivy stood at the edge of the Soul's River, her feet sinking slightly into the damp, ashy soil. Though she couldn't see, her other senses were heightened, painting a vivid picture of her surroundings. The air was thick and heavy, like wet wool draped over her skin. It carried the scent of decay and brimstone, mingled with something metallic, perhaps the tang of lost hopes. The atmosphere pressed down on her as if the very air were saturated with the weight of countless souls who had passed this way. The river itself emitted a low, constant murmur, a haunting lullaby made up of whispers and sighs. It was as if the water was not just a physical element, but a tapestry of stories, woven from the threads of lives that had ended or been forever altered here. The sound was both comforting and unsettling, a reminder that she was walking a fine line between two realms, neither of which she fully belonged to. As she reached her hands out in the void that her eyes could not penetrate, she felt the moisture in the air grow thicker, almost palpable. It clung to her skin and seemed to seep into her very bones, filling her with a cold dread. She took cautious steps, her feet squelching in the mud that seemed to grow more viscous with each step. It was as if the underworld itself was trying to pull her down, to claim her as its own. Suddenly, she felt a disturbance in the energy around her, a ripple in the stagnant air. Samuel was near, but something was wrong. "Samuel, make a noise. You know I can't see you." She heard a sound like a clogged pipe. "Is that you?" Thanks to her connection with Killian, she inherited some of his sensitive wolf senses. Right now, apart from sight, she could control every other sense. She inhaled and concentrated on the smells around her. The wood smoke, damp air, the tangy sweet scent of blood. Then she tilted her nose in the air and sniffed. This was like being a wolf. She felt the air of the underworld flow into her nostrils, filling her lungs. The scents of the underworld mixed with those of earth until they became one. She felt the slight movement of every molecule in the air around them. Ivy's ears picked up a faint groan, almost inaudible amid the river's whispers. Her heart raced as she directed her gaze towards the sound. "Samuel, if you can't answer, then make a noise, any noise," she whispered. There was a plop. "Over here." Another splat followed. She hastened her steps in that direction, feeling the ground turn softer with each step she took. She had stepped into mud, sinking mud. She halted in her tracks. It sounded as if Samuel was pushing himself up from deep water. "I'm here, stuck." Before he withdrew back down in an instant, she gingerly moved forward, feeling the mud beneath her feet with every step she made. "Okay, I can hear you, but I'm not close enough yet. I need to find something for us to hold on to, or else we'll both sink. Keep talking so I know you're still alive, but don't move too much." She crouched down, distributing her weight on all fours as best as she could. Samuel's voice came strained and filled with effort. "Over here." "I hear you. I'm heading your way," Ivy responded quickly. The tips of her fingers bumped into a hard object. A tree root. She exhaled a breath of relief, feeling delirious with joy. "You're going to be okay, Samuel." She followed the roots until she reached a humongous trunk, covered in vines that wrapped around it like ropes. She tied the vines together, creating secure knots and tying them firmly around the trunk and roots. "Are you still there?" There was no reply this time around. "Samuel!" she called out impatiently. She advanced towards the direction that she heard his voice just moments before, her hands clasping tightly to the vines. "Samuel, answer me. Say something." Stuck." "Aha, so you're stuck then. Stuck with what? Midlife crisis?" Her boots sank into the mud as she moved closer to the source of his voice. W. Worse? Trust me. Nothing is worse than midlife crisis. Ivy extended her arms outward, trying to feel the change in the air, the density, the temperature, the subtle vibrations. Reach out your hand, Samuel. Now, I can't see you, so you need to reach my hand. See, can't. Ivy clenched her teeth. Well, you better try unless you want to become an underworld fossil. Gripping the tree branch firmly with one hand, Ivy leaned forward into the abyss, her other arm outstretched. She felt the tips of her fingers brush against something. Samuel's hand. With a surge of adrenaline, she lunged forward and seized his wrist. "Gotcha!" she grunted as she yanked him from the mud's vice-like grip. Samuel groaned in relief as he stumbled out of its reach. "You're stronger than you look," he breathed out heavily, finally free from being ensnared by it. "I get that a lot," Ivy answered dryly as she released her grasp on both vines and tree branch. "What on earth possessed you to sink into mud? This isn't a spa day." Samuel chuckled weakly. "I was trying to get the key. Sorry, you can't see it. It's a talisman I cast an opening spell on. It let me go through the free spirit cave. When I figured out I had ventured into the underworld by accident and I saw that the Demon King's hounds were after me, I hid it in the tree trunk. Just then, when I took it out, it shot me feet away into the sinking mud." "All right, so can we now go to the cave?" "Yes, certainly, and we have to be quick. The talisman did more than shoot me in the air. It also reopened the path and the entrance to the free spirit cave again. My magic isn't strong enough for a lasting effect, so this is our last chance to go home that way. Let's go. Let's go," she repeated after Samuel and grabbed at his offered elbow. Though she couldn't see, her heightened perception told her the pathway of the underworld leading to the free spirit cave was opening. The air tasted like death, a caustic mixture of metallic bitterness and deep acidity. It burned on the tongue, leaving an aftertaste of ash and despair in its wake. A loud rumble echoed in the air, as if a giant beast had roared. It was followed by ghostly whispers and muffled cries from creatures unseen. I know," Samuel panted, his labored breathing a clear sign to her that he was struggling to keep up. A guttural growl reverberated through the air, sending a shiver down her spine. "You've got to be kidding me." Hellhounds lunged from the shadows. She couldn't see their eyes, but she felt the malevolent energy they emitted, like a dark cloud descending upon them. "Samuel, get behind me! Ivy, you can't see! I said get behind me!" She snapped her fingers, focusing her energy into a pulsating orb of lively energy. She hurled it in the direction of the growls, hearing a satisfying yelp as it made contact. Samuel's voice chanted a quick incantation, and she heard the sizzle of energy cutting through the air, followed by another yelp. But more growls told her they were still outnumbered. A hound lunged at Samuel. She heard a grunt, the sickening sound of teeth sinking into flesh, and then the gush of liquid that she knew was blood. Samuel screamed, his voice tinged with a pain that made her stomach churn. "Samuel!" Anger and fear flooded her mind. Her instinct detected the hound's malevolent energy like a dark vortex. With a snarl, she unleashed another bolt of magic. She heard the hound yelp and retreat. Just as she was about to launch another attack, a heavy weight slammed into her, knocking her to the ground. She felt hot breath on her face, smelled the fetid odor of rotting meat. A large hound was on top of her. With strength she didn't know she had, she forcefully grabbed the hound's neck, trying to dissuade it from ripping her throat out. But this was no ordinary hound. Waves of menace radiated from it, and its colossal weight made her arms shake as she clung on for dear life. The beast refused to relent, and she felt her energy slipping away with every passing second. Her mind started to fog, and thoughts of Killian lingered in her head like a sweet melody. She realized that death was inevitable and resigned herself to the fate of oblivion. In that instant, she heard the rush of movement, felt the air shift as Samuel lunged forward, yanking the hound off her. But the hound twisted in the air, and she heard another sickening crunch, followed by a gurgling sound. Samuel had been bitten, and the wound was fatal. "No!" she screamed, her gut feeling telling her that Samuel's life force was rapidly waning. Rage boiled within her, and she tapped into her connection with Killian, activating senses she'd never used before. She felt like a wolf, fierce and untamed. With a guttural growl, she lunged at the hounds. Her hands felt like claws. She heard the whimpers and yelps as she tore through them, her mage light pulsating violently with each attack. One by one, the hounds fell, until none remained. She paused for a moment to come back to reality. The adrenaline subsided. Panting, she turned her attention back to Samuel. A chill spread through her veins as she checked Samuel's pulse, which was so weak it was barely discernible. "Take this," Samuel rasped, pressing something into her hand. The texture and energy told her it was the talisman. "Go to the Free Spirit Cave. You have to." She had devoted her life to protecting people. Without hesitation, she volunteered to journey into the underworld and save Killian and his people. She didn't come here to cause more deaths and sacrifices from innocent bystanders. Locking her jaw, she said, "I'm not leaving you behind. But the path is closing, I know," she snapped, lifting him with surprising strength. "But so is your life, and I'm not making that trade." She supported Samuel to a nearby stone cave, taking him down the winding path that seemed to stretch on for eternity. The twigs underfoot crunched and scattered beneath their weight as they stumbled through the dense trees. Soon enough, they reached a stone cave. Gently placing Samuel on the ground, she felt a shift in their environment. The path to the Free Spirit Cave had started to close. With every passing second, that chance of seeing Killian again was fading away. She understood her obligation to care for Samuel, but also yearned for the freedom and love she could have with Killian. And for now, she was trying not to let the despondent thoughts ruin her. "Damn it, Samuel, you better make it," she whispered, her voice breaking. A lump formed in her throat, and she swallowed hard, fighting back tears that blurred her already dark world. "Because I just gambled everything on you." She heard the clang of a gate shutting, her last chance to leave through the Free Spirit Cave. But she refused to accept that was it. She knew there must be another way. This wasn't just hopeful thinking. She believed it deeply. She hadn't come here to choose between Celine and the Demon King, or to become something she didn't want to be. No, she would rather die than transform into a monster. With this in mind, she'd fight until her last breath if necessary, and keep this from happening at all costs. Suddenly, Killian's presence washed over her. He was in the same world as her right now. "Killian," she breathed out into the empty, dark space before her. If he had come to the underworld because of her, then she'd never let him stay trapped down here. Somehow they'd escape together. Drawing strength from her faith in her soulmate, she was ready for anything. Chapter 8. This was Killian's first time going inside a pyramid, but it wasn't his first time being inside a tomb. A pyramid was an essentially large tomb, he wagered, and the bent pyramid looked like it could hold secrets more ancient than any other. As he stepped over an ancient doorway, he instantly felt the weight of millennia pressing in around him. The pyramid itself was a monument to both ambition and a sudden, inexplicable change of plans. Its sloping angles shifted partway up, giving it a unique, bent appearance. The walls, made of limestone blocks that had seen better days, loomed around him as if to encapsulate the group in a timeless trap. As they walked further in, his eyes briefly focused on an intricate carving on the wall to his right. An Anubis, the jackal-headed god of mummification and the afterlife, depicted with a flail and ankh, symbols of dominion and life. The carving seemed to shimmer momentarily in the torchlight, as if nodding to some ancient riddle. The air was musty, thick with the scent of aged stone, centuries of stagnant air, and something else, something unsettlingly otherworldly, while his eyes registered the dimness and the flickering torchlight casting a dance of shadows over the cracked and eroded surfaces. His wolf instincts prickled at the base of his skull, a silent but insistent whisper that danger was as integral to this place as the air he breathed. Ciaran pulled the group into a semicircle, his handheld device already buzzing as it booted up. "All right, quick recap. Viv, you need to gather information for your spell. That's priority 1. I'll use this to locate the gateway's entry point," he said, lifting the device slightly. "Killian, you're on lookout. Anything, and I mean anything out of the ordinary, you let us know. Ethan, assist Viv. Translate what you can. We're short on time." Killian nodded, his eyes never leaving the deeper shadows that played tricks on them, making the corners of the pyramid look like they moved. His main task was to sniff out intangible dangers, those that weren't yet material but were just as threatening. Killian's ears picked up the sound of Ethan flipping through an old tome, and Viv's soft muttering as she began to center herself for the spell work ahead. He could smell the trace of perspiration on Kieran's forehead as he focused on his device, but beyond these immediate sensations was a pull, an invisible thread woven through the very air of the pyramid, yanking at him in a way he couldn't explain. It was as if the pyramid itself was alive, awake, and very much aware of their every move. He flexed his hands, each finger tingling with a low surge of anticipation. His role as the guardian, the protector of this motley crew, was something he took with deadly seriousness, but even that paled in comparison to the slowly strengthening pull in his chest, a magnetic draw that seemed to beckon from the very bowels of the pyramid. Ivy. He could feel her, as if her essence had soaked into the very walls around him. The sensation of unease was clinging to him like a second skin, and Killian strained to listen to the conversations that were happening around him, not just between the humans in the room, but also between spirits, if he could pick them up. His connection with Ivy now gave her a flavor of his wolf sense and granted him access to the spirit world. He wanted to make sure he utilized this newfound capability wisely. Ethan approached a wall covered in a mix of hieroglyphics and arcane symbols. "Look at this!" "Viv, I think these inscriptions are just what you need," Ethan exclaimed, his eyes wide behind a pair of thick glasses. Viv stared at Ethan. "When did you put on those bottle-bottom glasses on?" "I can't read any text without them." "So, could you see anything before wearing those?" "Yeah, I could see the world well enough, and it looks much prettier without my glasses. Accuracy is much needed when it comes to interpretation the ancient text, so I'm wearing these bottle bottoms. Okay, let's get on with the real work here." "Yep, I can't just throw herbs and chant hocus pocus. So what does the text mean?" Ethan pointed to the series of symbols, but before he could speak, Viv raised a finger. "I won't listen to this unless it's in English." "Got it." And he began to read, translating as best he could. It talks about the realm of shadows and dreams, a state of existence between life and the afterlife. It says here that the realm can be accessed through a dream state, but it's a dangerous path. Viv's eyes widened. "That sounds perfect for our gateway spell. Making dream state spells is my home turf. But what's the catch?" "The catch," Ethan hesitated, "is that this dream state is a realm of spirits who have been dishonored or violated, and according to this, those who seek to pass through must pay tribute or face their wrath." Viv narrowed her gaze. "What do they want exactly?" "You have options. 1, perform a ritualistic chant." "No, I don't sing. What else?" "Offering a drop of blood or a lock of hair as a sign of good faith and respect." "That's too risky. They can hold on to the offering, and who knows what they will do with it. It could even be cursed, so that's a no." Ethan sighed in response. Viv offered up an idea. "What about a tangible thing that has no personal connection? Do they take money?" "Pretty Head has money." "Whose pretty head?" Ethan asked. Siren said from the other end of the room. "She's referring to me, Ethan. And no, I don't think they're going to accept fiat money or cryptocurrency either, Viv." "Don't you have something to do, Kieran?" Viv scowled at him. "The machine needs work done. All I need to do is press the start button." Ethan nodded. "The text doesn't suggest anything else except energy transfer. The tribute could be an offering of magical energy or life force. Viv could perform a minor spell that gives some of their energy to the spirits." Killian approached. "That could work. I can offer some of my energy for an offering." He raised a hand toward Kieran to prevent him from objecting. "I'm the only one here who can make that offering. I don't know much about the spiritual world, but it seems to me that if we don't offer anything, we won't get past, regardless of how good the spell is or how lethal our weapons are." "I guess so." Ethan nodded. Viv refocused her attention on Ethan, striving to extract more information in order to finish her spell work. From the far corner, Kieran's machine let out an alarm-buzzing sound. He rushed back toward his machine. He checked the monitor and let out a groan. Killian approached. "What's the matter?" "The program is jammed at stage 5. Siren frowned. "How many stages are there?" 7. "I can fix this." "How long will that take?" Kieran looked up, locking eyes with Killian. "As long as it needs to, unless you fancy taking a blind stab in this maze." Killian's eyes swept across the room. His mind was playing tricks on him, making him think that sparks were flickering in the air. "No, your device is a beacon we can use to find our way in and out. Without it, you're not getting in." Siren raised an eyebrow. "You don't mean to go in alone, do you?" Killian lowered his voice. "Ivy is in there on her own. I'm going to retrieve her no matter what. I'm aware that I have an alpha challenge coming up, and this might make me seem like a sentimental fool, but she is my mate. If I fail to protect her, I will not deserve to be an alpha. That's all there is to it." Kieran studied Killian for a moment, then he nodded. "All right, let's get this device up and running. We all need it." Killian understood Kieran's passive-aggressive tactic. If he didn't engage in the debate, there was no chance of Killian countering him. He had no choice but to allow Kieran to come along on his journey to the underworld. Killian nodded and stepped back, his senses attuned to the pyramid around them once more. He felt a magnetic force in his chest grow stronger when Kieran's device began to flicker with light. A low hum emanated from the device, catching both men's attention. Kieran's eyes widened as he studied the display. "I've found it. The exact point at which we can open the gateway." Killian stared expectantly at Siren. "And?" he asked, resolve coursing through his veins like liquid fire. Kieran paused before speaking, nervousness radiating from him. "The energy signature is there. It's as if the gateway has already been partially activated." Killian could feel the power of his wolf spirit within him, howling with urgency. "Ivy's close," he murmured to himself, his certainty overpowering. At that moment, Viv approached them, a strange combination of thrill and trepidation in her gaze. "I've finished the spell, but Ethan's research points to us possibly meddling with forces we don't grasp completely. It's time for you to make good on your promise to them, Killian." Killian nodded in agreement. "Let's do this." Ethan chimed in then, a look of gravity on his face. He recounted another warning inscribed in tiny symbols. "He who awakens the restless awakens the doom of worlds." The air in the room suddenly felt thick, as though the walls were compressing around them. The device Siren held beeped shrilly, signaling they needed to act quickly. Killian felt an irresistible draw coming from the gateway, as if it wished to strip away his soul from his body. Then the air chilled, and an eerie silence fell upon them. They glanced at each other, both acutely aware that this was the point of no return. The words of an ancient warning seemed to reverberate in their minds, a chilling prelude to the unknown dangers ahead. "Ready?" Kieran asked, tightening his grip on the device. Killian held his gaze, then looked towards Viv and Ethan. He took a deep breath and stated, "As ready as we'll ever be." Viv quickly cast an offering spell. Killian felt a faint tugging at the nape of his neck when she pointed at him and uttered something in her druidic language to finish the offering spell. "I'm done with the offering," she announced. Kieran pulled out the compact suit he had crafted to guard them during their traverse between realms. Killian activated the button in the center of the package. It burst open, expanded to cover him, and then shrank back to its original size, forming a protective covering around him similar to a spacesuit, minus the helmet. Kieran did likewise for his own suit. He then pressed another button on his tiny machine. A beam fanned out, swept across the area, and settled on a small archway. "We're ready, Viv," Kieran declared as Killian stepped forward and stood beside Kieran, now standing 5 feet away from the stone archway. Viv gave a silent nod. She slowly backed away, her lithe form graceful in movement. Her pale hands raised above her head, fingers extended as if to touch the heavens above. Drawing in a deep breath, her eyes closed in concentration, and she began her incantation, with soft and melodic words pouring from her lips like an ancient blessing. "Anwin dur, Toren Galad, Lethio Anun," she repeated. "Anwin dur, Toren Galad, Lethio Anun." The air around Killian seemed to crackle with electricity as he heard Ivy's faraway voice calling out his name. There was no mistaking it. She needed him. Behind him, Kieran gasped in shock as the stone archway began to rumble and shake, the entire structure groaning in protest. Sparks shot across the room like lightning before a beam of light struck, and the ground beneath Viv split open with an ear-splitting crack. Without missing a beat, Killian dived forward, sliding across the floor and stretching out his hand towards her. He grabbed at her wrist, just as her feet slipped beyond the edge, into a bubbling red abyss of fire below. Kieran was right there too, both men gripping firmly onto each of Viv's hands as she dangled precariously between them. Killian looked up just in time to see Ethan standing behind Viv, but before he could even shout out a warning, the ground split beneath him and he dropped down into the fathomless depths of hell. Tears streamed down Viv's face as Killian and Kieran pulled her up, desperation etched into the furrows of her brow. "Save Ethan! You have to help him!" she pleaded, reaching out for their hands. "We can't," Killian declared, his heart breaking for her. "He's beyond saving Viv." Ignoring them, Viv started to chant an incantation, desperate to call back her beloved. No chanting Viv!" Kieran shouted. Behind them, the gateway to the underworld was rapidly closing, and with it, the crack that they had just pulled Viv from. Worse still, behind Viv, ghostly shapes were forming, enraged by her offering without explanation of who or what they were. "We can't leave her," Killian shouted. Viv screamed in protest as Kieran pulled out a suit pack and quickly wrapped it around her frail frame before lifting her into his arms. In a mad dash, they leapt across the stone archway just before it shut behind them, plunging them into complete darkness. Killian felt disorientated. Neither he nor Kieran had their beacon machines with them, which could have provided some light to combat the eerie shadows surrounding them. "We'll have to go back out," Viv declared resolutely, but when they turned around, there was nothing but solid stone where the door had been before, trapping them in the depths of hell. Chapter 9. Ivy knelt beside Samuel in a cave that she couldn't see but felt all around her. The walls seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding with the rhythm of their own breaths. The air was thick and heavy, carrying scents of damp earth and ancient secrets, making each inhale an effort. "You feel like you've lost a fight with a mythical creature," she quipped, her fingers gently probing the inflamed, uneven texture of Samuel's bite wound. "Your humor is almost as healing as your magic," Samuel groaned. "Can you do something about it?" Ivy closed her eyes, which made no difference in her world of darkness, and focused. A warmth flowed from her hand, and she felt it sink into the damaged tissue. Samuel's flesh seemed to pull itself together under her touch, the skin knitting back to a smooth surface. Much better. Samuel sighed, and she felt him move his arm, probably flexing it to test its functionality. You have a gift. I haven't told you about the side effects yet, she said. Which are? He asked, raising an eyebrow. You'll feel a bit clingy, she answered. But don't worry, this is all temporary. Everyone I heal experiences this love effect for a short while afterwards. He let out a low chuckle. Except for Killian, I bet you healed him before and the side effect never wore off. Her smile faded as she thought of him and the possibility that she might never see him again. We'll see, she replied quietly. From what she sensed as a rustle of fabric, Samuel seemed to retrieve something. A moment later, she felt a locket being pressed into her hand. Its surface was plain, but the object pulsed with magical energy. Consider this a token of gratitude, Samuel said. Ivy turned the locket over in her hand, feeling its contours. A love locket. You move fast. It's a spell. Samuel's voice carried a gravity that seemed to make the cave's unseen walls close in. One that could kill the Demon King. Her grip tightened around the locket. You're joking. Would I joke about something like that? She sensed the seriousness in his tone, filling the cave like another presence. All right, what's the catch? If you use it, you'd have to take the Demon King's place, he revealed. Ivy let out a sharp, sardonic laugh that echoed through the invisible walls. Who would have thought I'd go from a private security service to the Queen of Hell? What a change. But it's an option, Samuel insisted. An option I have zero plans to use, Ivy said, tucking the locket into her pocket. But thanks for the killer gift. Ivy sensed a shift in the air, like a low-frequency hum that rattled her bones. We're not alone, are we? Samuel's voice tinged with worry. No, and I don't think our visitors are friendly. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble, and Ivy felt an odd vibration through the soles of her boots. A chilling growl reverberated through the air, growing louder, closer. What on earth is that? Ivy's hand instinctively went to the locket Samuel had given her, but she quickly regained her composure. That was a last resort she didn't want to consider. Creatures from the underworld's pyramids. They're guardians of something, though what that is, I don't know. Very territorial, very dangerous. Great pyramid guardians. Because regular hellhounds weren't bad enough? She muttered. The growls were now accompanied by the clattering sound of what could only be described as many legs on stone. Do they respond to negotiations, or are we talking more along the lines of destroy first, ask questions later? Samuel chuckled nervously. I've never tried negotiating. Well, there's a first time for everything, Ivy said, focusing her energy into her palms. It condensed into an orb of pulsing light. She might not see it, but she felt its warmth and knew it was ready. Or we could go with destroy first, talk later, if they're still alive. Your call. Before Samuel could answer, the air was filled with a hissing sound that made Ivy's skin crawl. Too late for diplomacy, she said, hurling her magical orb into the direction of the hissing. A brief cry confirmed to her that she had hit the target. Nice shot, Samuel said, his own magic crackling in the air as he sent out a wave of energy, creating a protective barrier around them. But Ivy felt something slip through the barrier, a slithering sensation against her ankle. Ah, hell no! She kicked out violently, feeling her boot connect with something hard and chitinous. A screech echoed, high and angry. Let's get out of here, Samuel suggested, grabbing her arm. Running from a fight? You really are full of surprises, Samuel. Her fingers tingled with residual magic, itching to be used. But Samuel was right. They needed a plan. Fast. As much as I enjoy your combat enthusiasm, we have to discuss our options, Samuel began as they paused to catch their breath. We can't return to the human world as we are. Incomplete and fractured. People won't understand. They'll see us as unwhole. We're not invalid. Get real, Ivy. I'm a mage without a light. I can't protect myself. I have to rely on you to survive, and say it. You're blind. I don't know about you and Killian, but I don't want my wife to see me like this. I don't want my daughter to see me like this. So what are you saying, Samuel? We should talk to the Demon King, ask for our missing pieces back, and ask him to officially release us back to the human world. As dangerous as it is, it might be our only option. That, or live our lives being hunted by the supernaturals. Why? No being can breach the boundaries of worlds without repercussions. Ivy, he said. If that happens, our world would be thrown into chaos. I foolishly tested these limits and was detained. To return, I require a reprieve. You ventured here with an agreement to fulfill a spiritual contract. For you to go back, you need that contract to be relinquished. Ivy shook her head. You're saying we can just have a chat with the Demon King and he'll give us what we want, regardless of the fact that we broke out of his prison and killed a bunch of his hounds. Samuel's voice dropped to a whisper. I might have something in mind, but it involves making a very dark choice. Ivy felt a cold dread seep into her bones. Darker than everything we've been through? Much darker, Samuel confirmed, but it might be our only way out. Before Ivy could ask what he meant, a guttural roar shook the cave, the sound echoing off walls she couldn't see but felt all around her. They weren't alone. Again. She summoned another orb of light between her hands. Just then, the walls seemed to close in, and Ivy felt a presence so malevolent it made her skin crawl. It was like the Pyramid Guardians, but stronger, darker, as if the very essence of the underworld had come to life. Samuel, what is that? I don't know, he breathed, his voice tinged with real fear for the first time. But it's between us and the only way out. What is it, Samuel? The roar sounded again, closer this time, and Ivy knew they were cornered. As the malevolent presence drew nearer, she clutched the locket in her pocket and prayed she wouldn't have to use it, because if she did, everything would change, and there would be no turning back. There was a subtle shift in the air, as if the world itself held its breath. She felt a tremor in the ground. What is that? She asked, every muscle in her body tensing in anticipation. I don't know, but it's coming fast, Samuel said. Before Ivy could respond, she felt it, a wave of malevolent energy that rushed at them like a storm. Her senses screamed a warning just as Samuel shouted, "Duck!" She threw herself to the ground, feeling the air above her shift violently as if displaced by something large and fast-moving. A shriek, high and piercing, echoed off the walls, reverberating through her bones. Ivy rolled to her feet, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. What in the underworld was that? Pyramids spawn, but they never venture this far from their nesting grounds. Well, they're here, and I get the feeling they didn't come to say hello, Ivy snapped. She concentrated, focusing on the energy patterns around them. They were not alone. Several more of these so-called pyramid spawns were lurking in the darkness. She could feel their eyes on her, a palpable pressure in the air. If you have any bright ideas, feel free to share them now. Samuel hesitated, and she sensed more than saw his internal struggle. We could run into the Free Spirit Cave. Didn't you say the path closed for us? In a normal situation, but if we seek refuge and run for our lives, it will open for us. It takes in any refugees. Is there a but coming? We'll have to stay there for eternity. Not keen. We stay here and we'll deal with them now. Samuel sighed as if bracing himself. All right, on 3? On 3, Ivy agreed. They counted together, and on 3, Ivy unleashed a surge of magic in the direction of the lurking energies. Samuel's incantation followed, forming a wave of force that collided with her own magic, amplifying it. She heard the shrieks of the pyramid spawns as they were hit, a chorus of wails that was music to her ears. One by one, the malevolent energies winked out, leaving behind a strange stillness. Is it over? Ivy asked, her senses still stretched to their limit. I think so, Samuel said, sounding as relieved as she felt. Ivy exhaled, feeling the tension seep out of her. Okay, now that we've had our daily dose of underworld hospitality, can we revisit the conversation about getting out of this hellhole? Samuel chuckled. Nothing changed much since a few minutes ago. The options are we go back to the human world as the underworld's criminals and will be forever hunted, or we have a chat with the Demon King to ask him nicely to let us out. Negotiate with the Demon King? You mean the guy who took your light and my sight? Do you expect him to just hand them back with a cherry on top? Samuel sighed. No, but he might if we have something to offer in return. Like what, a lifetime supply of souls? Exactly, Samuel said, surprising Ivy. The Demon King wants control over the underworld. That means he'd want the Free Spirit Cave forever blocked, inaccessible from both realms. And I can offer to create a permanent lock for him. Ivy felt a wave of unease wash over her. That would mean trapping whoever's down here forever. Do you know what you're suggesting? I do. But when it comes to choosing between myself and the greater good, I always prioritize myself. Plus, we're talking trapping everyone. All we need is one soul. Yeah, Samuel, the problem isn't how many souls we need. Who are we to decide which soul gets a second chance at life as an incarnation and which one to be sent away for eternity? Before Samuel could respond, a pulse of energy interrupted them. Ivy felt it before she heard it, a wailing howl that seemed to resonate with her very bones. What now? She snapped. I think we've been found. Something's coming, and it's big. Ivy felt it too, a monstrous energy that made the pyramid spawns seem like playful puppies. It was getting closer and fast. Any more bright ideas? She asked. Run, Samuel said simply. Ivy grabbed his arm and they sprinted through the cave's winding tunnels, their footsteps echoing ominously. They ran as if the hounds of hell were on their heels, which, for all Ivy knew, they were. They rounded a corner and skidded to a halt. Ivy felt a sudden drop in temperature, and her senses painted a vivid picture. They were at the mouth of another cave, one that pulsed with an energy she couldn't quite place. This is it, Samuel panted. This is the cave where we need to find an innocent spirit to complete the spell. We're at the Free Spirit Cave? Yes, but we're not inside. I didn't realize there was another way to get to it from inside the stone cave. This is handy. The realization hit Ivy like a ton of bricks. You want to trap an innocent spirit for that spell right now? Send them to oblivion? It's the only way, Samuel insisted. No, there has to be another way, a way that doesn't involve destroying an innocent soul. As if in response, a soft, shimmering energy approached them. Ivy felt the energy coming out of it. The energy was so pure, the spirit was so innocent it made her heart ache. Whoever this is, they're incredibly innocent, she said. We need to move quickly, Ivy, Samuel urged. That thing is almost here. If you want to trap an innocent spirit, you do it. Don't ask me. I can't, Ivy. I'm a mage. I'm not a soul reaper. What did you say? Ivy, what is your connection to the Demon King? Didn't anyone tell you that you have something to do with the soul business? I never took that seriously. Well, you should. I can cast the spell, but I can't grab a spirit. Ivy's perception were heightened to the point where she could almost see the dark energy closing in on them, a nightmarish force that defied description. But the thought of destroying this innocent spirit to escape clawed at her conscience, refusing to be ignored. I can't do it, Samuel. I can't destroy an innocent life, not even to save my own. Killing is one thing. I can do that. But sending an innocent soul to the oblivions is a totally different thing. Samuel's response was drowned out by a guttural roar that echoed through the cave, chilling Ivy to the bone. The creature had found them. We're out of time, Samuel shouted. The creature's dark energy was almost upon them, a tidal wave of malevolence that threatened to consume everything in its path. In that heart-stopping moment, Ivy made her choice. Summoning every ounce of her magical energy, Ivy threw a protective shield around the innocent spirit, who she sensed was trembling in fear. "You're not going to be harmed," she whispered to it, hoping her words could be understood on some level. "Thank you, goddess," the spirit whispered. "I'm not a goddess. Now you stay still and stay safe in that cave. What's your name?" "Ethan." "Right. Wait for your turn of incarnation, and you will be returned to life. Got it?" "Ivy!" Samuel shouted. "We need to move, now!" Samuel grabbed her arm, pulling her away. The shield he'd cast shattered behind them, like glass breaking in a silent scream. They bolted through the winding pathways of the cave, Ivy's senses on high alert as they navigated through the labyrinthine darkness. Each footstep felt like a small eternity, and every breath she took tasted of the cave's dank air. Just as Ivy thought they might have gained some distance, a second roar erupted, closer this time and filled with fury. The creature had broken through Samuel's barrier and was gaining on them. "Up ahead!" Samuel panted. "A fork in the path. Left leads to the surface. Right goes deeper, but might be our only chance to lose this thing." As they reached the fork, Ivy's heightened senses picked up another presence, a group of souls making their way through a different tunnel. Her heart leapt at the sensation. Killian! She felt him. He was really close. "Incoming!" Samuel's shout snapped her back to reality just as the creature lunged from the shadows, an indescribable monstrosity that defied her heightened perception. Ivy unleashed a bolt of magic, pushing it back momentarily. "Go right!" Samuel yelled, pulling her into the deeper darkness. They sprinted down the winding tunnel. Behind them, a monstrous roar of thwarted rage echoed through the passage. As they dove into a crevice in the wall, she could feel the breath of the creature racing past them. In an instant, the tunnel returned to its eerie stillness. Samuel exhaled in relief. "I had no idea there was an extensive network below the underworld. How can you go lower than the underworld? What else is down there?" Regardless, it gave me an idea. "Yes, you can skip the introduction. Please go ahead, Samuel. Who knows when those hellhounds will be back?" Samuel chuckled. "I thought the Free Spirit Cave was the only pathway between the human world and the underworld. Turns out they have these portals all over. That means the Demon King would be delighted if we shut off any of them for him. It doesn't even have to be the Free Spirit Cave. Do we still need a soul to sacrifice to make your spell work? Yes, we still require a soul. But remember those pyramid spawns? I needed an innocent soul to close the Free Spirit Cave. To close a pyramid tunnel, however, all I need is a soul that's connected with it in some way. Pyramids were secret havens for ancient Egyptian royalty to live their inner lives on other planes. It's like they built their own heavens and hells. That would really irk the Demon King. So if we offer to close one, he'll take us up on it instantly. He might even want us to do repeat business. This is indeed light at the end of the tunnel, Samuel. Pardon the pun. And so you want me to extract the soul of a spawn? You can perform the spell and we can use that to secure our way out of here with the Demon King? You're a genius. No, I'm not. But you are. Ivy stepped out of the secret hiding place and shouted in the general direction of the pyramid. She could hear the last one of them halt and move in her direction. She concentrated, stretching her arms out. When it was within range, she firmly grabbed its soul and ripped it free. Right behind her, Samuel caught the soul effortlessly with a soul catcher. He immediately cast his spell, and suddenly, Ivy felt the closure of the pyramid tunnel. Something tugged at her heart. She thought about Killian again. Samuel placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let's go meet the Demon King." She glanced back at him. "You managed to close the tunnel without killing anyone else? Are you sure we don't need to worry about any more mummies?" Samuel shook his head. "I didn't have to kill any more creatures inside the passageway, but unfortunately, All those souls within the tunnel and connected pyramid were destroyed. I regret it, but it can't be undone. A deep wave of anguish crashed over Ivy. It paralyzed her, gripping her with a cold desperation she had never known before. She reached out desperately with her mind, searching for Killian's soul, something that once filled her world with warmth and light. But there was nothing. Only a painful void remained where he used to be. Her eyes welled up with tears, blurring the emptiness that already engulfed her. It wasn't just the dismal void enveloping her, but a void in her heart and mind that consumed her like an insatiable beast. Chapter 10. Kieran's eyes scanned the chamber of the ancient pyramid. The only source of light they had now was from his high-tech wristwatch, which would die soon if he used up its battery. His gaze finally landed on Viv, her eyes dark wells of despair. She was hugging her knees, face almost hidden behind a waterfall of brown hair. "You good, kid?" Killian grunted, his voice tinged with an impatience he couldn't fully mask. "Do I look good?" Viv shot back, not bothering to raise her head. "Enough, Viv," Kieran cut in. "We can't afford to fray at the edges. We need—" His sentence was cut off as Killian's eyes flashed a sudden deep azure. Because of his connection with Ivy, Killian could occasionally see spirit. "Ivy?" Killian whispered almost involuntarily. His eyes widened, searching the chamber frantically. "She's— Killian, focus!" Kieran snapped. "Unless you can actually see Ivy's spirit right now, your feelings for her alone can't get us out of here." The room went silent, as if the very walls held their breath. Killian clenched his fists, took a deep, rumbling breath, and nodded. "Fine, I didn't see her. That's just a feeling." Kieran nodded. "Let's find a way out. The last thing we need is to be buried alive in this god-forsaken place." Breaking back out to the pyramid's main entrance wasn't an option, but at the far end of this chamber was what looked like another doorway, framed by a decaying stone arch. Siren headed toward the doorway. Viv and Killian were behind him. There was an unspoken but palpable sense of dread in the air, as if the pyramid itself resisted their intrusion. When they reached a dead end, a sealed chamber with no apparent exit, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to thicken. "Brilliant! Another dead end," Viv remarked, tossing her hands in the air. "It's fine," Kieran said, surveying the room with steely precision. "There's always a way." His eyes roved over the aged, cracked wall. It was like any other mysterious old wall inside a pyramid, made of sandstone blocks and unyielding to the touch. Yet something told him this one was different. The hieroglyphs etched into its surface seemed to pulse with an unearthly energy, their meaning just beyond his grasp. Dust coated every inch of it, but he could see the faintest smudge where someone had touched it before. A hunch, a gut feeling, a whisper in his mind that urged him to examine it closer. "Stand back," Kieran commanded. "Killian, especially you." His fingertips hovered over the hieroglyphs, sensing their enigmatic pull. With a swift motion, he wiped away the dust to reveal something utterly incongruous. There, embedded into the wall, was a tarot card. The image on it was hauntingly familiar, a tower struck by lightning, its crown and occupants plummeting toward inevitable doom. The tower card, a symbol of destruction and change. "Don't lose your control, Killian." Kieran spoke sternly before Killian could react. He knew his cousin well and was aware of what he was thinking. The tarot card was linked to Ivy, and it could be possible that she may have been here or even in danger in this very chamber. Kieran couldn't imagine anything worse than Killian shifting into his wolf form in this room. The veins on Killian's forehead bulged, throbbing for a few seconds as he clenched his jaw tightly. Then he seemed to calm down. Killian cleared his throat. "This is not Ivy's card. If it were, we'd see a blank card." "Glad to see you've kept it together," Siren chuckled and peeled the card off the wall. "I'll keep this as a souvenir." Killian reached his hand out. "Let me have it." Siren hesitated. "Please," Killian implored. Siren nodded. All right, but bear in mind that if you make drastic decisions or lose control, it's not just you who is in trouble. We have lost one on this trip, and that's enough. Understood. Killian nodded and took the card. Siren quickly glanced at Viv and noticed her hastily wiping away a tear. For a split second, his stern demeanor softened. "Viv," he said softly, pausing to choose his words carefully. "I know this is hard. We're all walking on a tightrope here. But you're strong. I've seen you stand up to challenges that would break most people." Viv met his gaze, her eyes shimmering. "I'm trying, but things keep tuning into shit." He touched her shoulder gently. "I get it. But remember, the world has a habit of rebuilding itself. And we will too, as long as we stick together." Viv nodded and wiped the rest of her tears. Siren turned back to Killian, his stern demeanor returning. "All right," Kieran said. "Let's move. But remember, if you lose control, it's not just you who's in trouble. We've already lost one person on this trip. That's enough." "This is Ivy's card," Killian stated, his voice a mixture of calmness and profound pain. Siren turned to face him. Killian was holding the card between his fingers and studying it intently. The card still looked like it did before to Kieran, who knew he didn't have the same connection with Ivy that Killian had. "What can you see, Killian?" he asked. The card trembled lightly in Killian's hand. He replied, "Before we left for Egypt, when I passed out, I thought I saw Ivy. But now I think what I saw was her vision, and it was complete darkness. It's not spiritual darkness, but rather an obscuring one, a state where you can't see anything." Kieran raised his brows in confusion. "You think she somehow lost her sight? Is that why her cards are now showing up to ordinary people like us?" Killian gave a nod of confirmation. "I can almost feel it flickering within the surface. Something tells me that you two cannot sense it, and it is now tugging at me." Killian held the card out in front of him, allowing it to guide their path. It was like watching someone play a game of Ouija, where a spirit would guide the planchette to spell out messages, except this was far more immediate, far more visceral. They followed the trembling card through a narrow, winding corridor. The card quivered more intensely as they went deeper, as if resonating with some unseen force. Finally, they came to a halt in front of another chamber. "This is it," Killian whispered, staring into the pitch-black room as if he could already see what was in there. Kieran felt a chill creep up his spine. "What's in there, Killian? What do you see?" Killian looked at him, his eyes shadowed yet ablaze. "I don't know, but it's where we're supposed to be. This card, Ivy, they've led us here." Killian placed the tarot card against the wall. As if recognizing its rightful place, the card fused into the wall's surface, after which a door slowly creaked open. Together they stepped into the chamber, the door sealing shut behind them, leaving them enveloped in a darkness that was more than just an absence of light. It was as if they had stepped into the very heart of a mystery that was ancient, complex, and dangerously alive. A small stone suddenly glowed and loomed in the darkness. More eerie light followed, emanating from an intricately carved altar in its center. Beside it lay an ornate sarcophagus, its lid partially open, revealing the faint outline of a mummy. "Holy fuck!" Viv, her eyes wide and transfixed, took a step toward the altar. "Viv, stay away from that," Kieran warned. Viv halted but turned to him with a defiant glare. "What? We intruded their home. Shouldn't we show some respect?" Kieran shook his head. "If that's a real reason you approach the altar, then yes. But that's not what you want to do, isn't it, Viv?" Ignoring him, Viv approached the altar, her fingers hovering above a set of hieroglyphs etched into its surface. "These symbols, Ethan told me about soul binding and resurrection." "Don't even think about that, Viv." Kieran tugged her elbow. "Do you understand the power of the spells you could cast?" Viv snorted. "Do you even realize what leaving Ethan in limbo would do? I don't want to resurrect him, just ensure his passage goes smoothly." His death was sudden, and it's my fault." Tears cascaded down her face. Kieran enveloped her in an embrace. "I know it's your first time having to deal with the reality that a friend died because of something you did, but trust me, it wasn't your fault. It doesn't matter. He died because of us, and we have to do something about it. Yes, Viv, but we can only do so when we are safe and sound. If we all die, then there is no use, right?" Viv sniffled and wiped away her tears. "Okay, we have to make an offering when we get home, though. A big one. Like a Viking-sized boat of offerings, a ton of stuff on it for sure. Make sure he has enough money to buy his way into a better place in the afterlife." Kieran patted her back gently in agreement. "Yes, I promise." "We need to go now," Killian called out as another card had appeared on the wall above another doorway. As they turned to leave the chamber, Kieran noticed Viv casting a longing gaze at the altar. A sense of foreboding tightened his chest as he watched her walk away. This was far from over. They ventured further into the next chamber. A subtle change in the air halted them. "Wait," Killian murmured, his eyes narrowing. Kieran felt it too. A tug, a pulse, a foreign presence that wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Could it be Ivy? Killian shook his head as if dispelling a disquieting thought. "It's nothing. I thought I sensed. Never mind." But even as he said it, Kieran noticed the slight tremor in Killian's hand, the brief shadow that crossed his eyes. He was far from fine, but then again, they all were. Just as they were about to resume their journey, a deafening clang reverberated through the corridors, echoing as if the very walls were closing in on them. "Kieran!" Viv shrieked. A massive stone slab had detached from the ceiling, plummeting straight for her. Time dilated, as it often does in moments of life and death. Kieran felt the sizzle of electricity at his fingertips, the pull of the unknown power that surged within him. His mind screamed no, but his body moved on its own, driven by sheer instinct. His hand shot out, lightning lancing from his fingertips. He had used the forbidden powers, again. The slab exploded into fragments, harmless pebbles raining down, but the cost was immediate. A gut-wrenching pain clawed through him, as if his insides were being torn asunder. He collapsed onto one knee, gripping his chest, gasping for every breath. Killian's curses resounded in his head. Kieran understood exactly what he had to do. He could draw strength from an unknown source and strike, provided that he did not have to control the target or the intensity of the strike. It was as if the thunderbolt merely ricocheted off him and hit a random target. If he wanted to regulate its intensity or designate a specific target, then he had to use his own human energy. The force of the thunderbolt would flow through him before striking the target. That was why each controlled attempt at a strike caused significant damage to his body. In this chamber, he needed to rein in the strength of his strikes. Otherwise, they would all be massacred. "Damn it, Kieran, I told you not to—" But Killian's reprimand was cut short by a sudden wail, a soul-shattering sound that echoed from the way they'd come. The Chamber of Resurrection. Viv's eyes met Kieran's, her face drained of color. Did I do that? I only meant to help Ethan," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. As if in response, a shuffling noise emanated from the darkened corridor leading back to the chamber. A figure, shadowy and indistinct, staggered into the dim light. Not Ethan, a mummy, its eyes glowing an unholy blue, stood before them, a byproduct of a forbidden spell and a desperate wish. "Oh God," Viv breathed, her eyes wide with horror. Killian took a defensive stance, dagger poised. "Viv, get behind me." Kieran, still fighting through the agony left by his reckless use of the unknown power, rose to his feet. "Killian, Viv, flank it." The mummy lunged at them, faster than its decrepit form should allow, its eyes ablaze with otherworldly fury. Killian met it head-on, his blade sinking into its tattered wrappings, but failing to halt its advance. Kieran calculated quickly. Killian, distraction. Viv, prepare another spell, but for God's sake, be careful this time. Ignoring his pain, Kieran pulled out his dagger and helped Killian. He had no idea if their silver daggers would work on mummies, but he had to try. He charged at the mummy, swiped with his dagger, tearing through the linen wraps that bound the mummy. A noxious cloud billowed from the cuts, filling the air with a smell like rotting flesh. Viv raised her arms and chanted an incantation. Nesu a nesu enamenti, rest, rest in the afterlife. But instead of slowing, the mummy seemed to draw energy from her words, its pace quickening. It was as if the forbidden energies in this place were warping the rules of magic itself. Killian shifted into his wolf form, a massive creature with jet-black fur and eyes that glinted like sapphires. He lunged at the mummy, jaws wide, aiming for the glowing eyes. His fangs met their mark, but the mummy barely flinched, tearing itself free and leaving Killian staggering back. Kieran cursed under his breath. He had to act, but how? Another blast of his unknown power could level the chamber, maybe kill them all. He could feel his energy waning fast. Using his powers again might mean collapsing on the spot. His eyes caught the gleam of the mummy's linen wraps, now slashed and tattered from Killian's attack. An idea flashed in his mind, high risk but possibly high reward. Summoning what strength he had left, Kieran lunged forward, his blade aimed at the band of linen around the mummy's waist. With a swift, sure motion he slashed, severing the band. For a moment nothing happened. Then, as if held together only by that band, the mummy's internals spilled out, a pile of dust and decomposing organs. It should have fallen, defeated, but it didn't. It wailed, its voice tinged with an unnatural despair, and lunged at Kieran, who barely dodged out of the way. It seemed even the removal of its organs could not stop this cursed being. Killian barked in a voice that was more growl than speech. Understanding the wolf's intention, Kieran staggered toward him. With a leap that took the last reserves of his strength, he managed to mount Killian's back. "Go, now!" Killian bolted, shooting down the tunnel as fast as his wolf legs could carry them. The mummy gave chase, its howls echoing in the stone-walled corridors. But even in its unnatural state, it was no match for a werewolf's speed. They approached the wall at the end of the tunnel. It was a dead end. Except Kieran knew it wasn't. Gathering the last remnants of his energy, he unleashed a bolt of power at the wall. It wasn't a controlled strike, but a desperate gambit. The wall blasted open, a shower of rubble flying outward. The eerie of the underworld streamed in, illuminating the dark passages they had left behind. Killian leapt through the hole, landing gracefully on the other side. They were in the gray meadow of the underworld, the place between life and death that they had crossed to get here. The mummy hesitated at the threshold, its eyes flickering as if in internal debate. Then, as if repelled by some invisible force, it recoiled and retreated into the dark tunnel. They had escaped, but at what cost? Kieran's vision blurred. He felt himself sliding off Killian's back. Before he could hit the ground, Killian shifted back to human form and caught him. "Kieran, stay with me." But Kieran couldn't. His energy was gone, depleted in their desperate escape. As his eyes closed, his last thought was a glimmer of hope that they had done enough, that they could finally find a way to bring Ivy back, to set things right. And then everything went black. Chapter 11. The air around Killian shimmered, and he felt every cell in his body contort as he shifted back from wolf to human. The clothes that had been on him were torn tatters at his feet, but the cross-realm suit Kieran had crafted for him with the tech embedded slid seamlessly into place, fitting snugly across his shoulders and chest like a second skin. The first thought that came to his mind was that what Erin, his ex-lover, had told him was a lie. She said she had cursed him so that if he shifted into his wolf form, he would be stuck in the animal form forever. There he was, Shifting back and forth between wolf form and human form, Killian's eyes found Kieran sprawled on the ground, his tall, muscular frame uncharacteristically limp. The handsome face, that usually wore a confident smirk, was twisted in pain, eyes closed as if to shut out reality. Strands of dark hair lay plastered to his forehead, and his striking gray eyes were hidden behind heavy lids. Blood smeared his skin and clothes, contrasting with eerie, faintly glowing arcane symbols etched on his arms. Even in this wounded state, Siren exuded a resilience that caught at Killian's heart. It was like his cousin's very being rebelled against the notion of defeat, as if even now he was gathering his will to rise again. Despite the grim scene, Killian felt a flicker of hope. If anyone could pull through this, it was Kieran. Viv stood next to him, confused and frightened. Killian knelt to check on Kieran. All he needed was for his hard-headed, smart-aleck, idiotic cousin to stay alive. Killian felt one weak pulse at Kieran's jugular. The suppressed emotion that had been bubbling inside Killian suddenly erupted as he exhaled. Kieran's heart was beating. Sharon was alive. For now, but he needed healing. Killian scanned his surroundings. The grit beneath his feet was strewn with ashes, the remains of a fire long since passed. He could not see where the tunnel met the meadow, only endless blackness stretched out across the horizon. The air stank of sulfur and an acrid smell he couldn't quite place. "Do you know any healing magic, Viv?" he asked the confused teen. "No, I don't, but she does." Wah. Before he completed his question, all of his senses tingled, and he felt a familiar warmth spreading through him. He spun around to see Ivy walking out from behind a veil of swirling black smoke with a tall man at her side. She looked like an angel in the darkness, holding the crook of the man's arm tightly. Her eyes were glassy and unfocused, as if she couldn't see Killian. Knowing her senses would be heightened, he began rushing toward her. Before he reached her, she broke away from the man and rushed blindly forward. He rushed toward her, and before they could speak a word, their arms found each other in an embrace so tight that it knocked the wind out of both of them. "Killian!" she cried out. "I can't see you. I can't—" "Hush. I know." He kissed the tears on her face she didn't know had fallen. "I'm here. We have much to talk about. But first, Kieran needs your healing magic. He hurts." Killian took Ivy to Kieran. The tall man approached. "I'm Samuel. We're cellmates. So you are the Killian she kept talking about, huh?" "Nice to meet you, Samuel, and thanks for helping Ivy." "Not a problem at all. I'm just helping myself, really, because she's a kick-ass fighter, even without her sight." Killian guided Ivy to where Kieran lay. Viv sat beside Kieran, gripping his hand. Her lips trembled. "You're going to save Prettyhead, aren't you, Ivy? He came all the way for you." "I will, Viv. Give me some room. Let me work. I've done this for Karen once or twice." Ivy's hands began to shimmer with a soft blue aura, providing a stark contrast to the dark world around them. She chanted words in an ancient tongue, her fingers hovering just inches above Kieran's chest, where the injury was most severe. The tension was palpable, and Killian could feel his muscles knotting up, ready for whatever would come next. In this realm of uncertainty, every moment held the potential for life or death. Ivy's expression turned to one of consternation. Whatever she was trying didn't seem to be working. "He's fighting it," she hissed, her voice edged with frustration and tinged with fear. "How can he sustain this much damage? He used this trick to open a portal for us before. It didn't hurt him this badly." Killian could almost feel the magical resistance in the air, as if the very fibers of reality were pulling against her. "It's all about his control over the power, Ivy. He had to control it to strike inside the tunnel." He stepped up beside Ivy and placed his hand over hers, connecting their energy. A pulse of energy surged between them, guided by his will to aid in the healing. The glow around Ivy's hands brightened, the air thickening as if in response. He looked up to find Samuel and Viv watching, their faces a blend of awe and concern. There was still so much to be done, questions that needed answers. But for now, in this fragile moment, there was only the struggle for a single life, a life that meant the world to him. Killian couldn't help but think they were on the edge of a precipice, one false step away from plunging into an abyss from which there would be no return. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a growl echoed in the distance, a sound that promised they were far from alone in this dark realm. Before anyone could react, a shadow materialized from the veil of darkness that surrounded them. The figure was large and imposing. It was flanked by two smaller but equally terrifying entities, their forms wavering between corporeal and ethereal. "You trespass our land." Ivy stopped the healing process and stood up next to Killian. She chuckled. "Yeah, well, we didn't exactly RSVP." Killian shook his head. "I don't think you can prove that this is your land, and I'm certain you are interrupting our very important work." The creature rumbled. "It doesn't matter. You came from the human world. You're not entitled to anything here." "You're right about entitlement. That also means we have no obligation to anything, and we have no rules to obey. So if you don't vanish within 2 seconds, I'll crack open the thing on your shoulders. You might call it a head now, but in 2 seconds it will be a pile of mangle meat." "Alpha, huh? I'm so scared." The creature turned around, looking at the two flanking him. "We're so scared, are we?" Then they all laughed. Killian growled and hunched down. A diminutive creature standing on the left said in a squeaky voice, "No need to fight. We only want him." He pointed his scrawny finger toward Kieran. "He can give you money when he's back to the human world," Viv said. The creatures looked at one another and then returned. "Human material is worthless for us here. We want his power. The one he used to break you out here from that gateway." Ivy stepped forward. "You won't take him. You won't touch him or even breathe the same air with him. So if you don't go away right now, consider your lives finished." Ivy firmed her stance. The air grew colder, if that was even possible here. "If you people want to die here to protect that half-dead man, so be it." The creature chuckled darkly. "We can certainly arrange that." Before the tension could snap, Samuel stepped into the void between them. "Perhaps we could negotiate. My associates have dealings with the Demon King. They are not here without his knowledge." The creature's eyes narrowed, considering Samuel's words. "The Demon King never dealt with humans. You're lying." Killian felt Ivy's fingers brush against his, a silent communication. She was ready for whatever came next, be it parley or battle. "Yes," Samuel continued smoothly. "Siren here was instrumental in sealing a significant rupture within your realm. He serves the interests of your king, whether you realize it or not. We don't believe you. You don't have to. Siren is here to help close all gateways to and froth between the underworld and the human world. If you know half a thing of what's important to the demon, you would know that's what he wants. As you said, Siren has the power that you want? Well, the king wants that too. So I'd suggest if you want to fight for Kieran's power, go fight with the Demon King. If you're taking him now, we'll tell him you took his associate." The creatures contemplated, biting what appeared to be their bottom lips. "Let me show you." Samuel raised his hand, holding a talisman, and chanted his magic. In a short moment, the doorway coming out from the pyramid into the meadow closed and sealed. "That's just a demo." Samuel shrugged. Killian held his breath, waiting. The creatures looked to one another, communicating in silent glances and whispers too soft to catch. Finally, the large creature spoke. "Very well. If the man is under the king's protection, we have no business with him, for now." "And yet you interrupted a healing ritual," Killian added, pressing his advantage. "We demand a reparation." The creature's eyes flickered, the closest it could come to rolling them. "Demands? In my realm?" "Consider it a courtesy," Samuel interjected, "for not starting a conflict that no one wants." Another pause. Then the creature gestured, and one of the smaller entities tossed a small pouch toward Ivy, who caught it deftly. "A token for your troubles," it said, before vanishing into the shadowy abyss with its companions. Ivy opened the pouch to reveal a handful of luminescent herbs. "For the healing ritual," she said, her voice tinged with surprise. "But why?" Viv broke her silence, perplexed. "Why did they listen?" "Because we have something they want," Killian said, his eyes on Kieran, who was still unconscious, but looked slightly more peaceful. "And they know that one way or another, our paths will cross again." No sooner had he spoken than another figure appeared. The creature looked like a tall man with dark, smooth skin that seemed to soak up light. He had long, skinny fingers with sharp nails and eyes that swirled with silver and blue colors, always moving. His wings, which are folded elegantly behind him, are bat-like, but with a span so wide they could easily wrap around a small crowd. Each wing is covered in scales that shimmer in shades of midnight blue and dark purple, glinting like stars in a celestial expanse. He's dressed in a flowing robe, as dark as his skin, but with intricate silver embroidery that resembles arcane symbols and ancient runes, appearing to dance and shift when observed directly. Around his neck hangs a twisted amulet crafted from some unidentifiable bone, glowing faintly with an eerie light. "My name is Zephyros. I am a representative of the Demon King." "The real one?" Viv's eyebrow shot up. Somehow Killian just knew this was the real authority in the house of the Demon King. Zephyros continued, "He extends an invitation to his dwelling. You would be wise to accept." Every muscle in Killian's body tensed. He could feel the anxiety in Ivy shot up as well. Ivy said, "He put Samuel and me in the cell. He took away Samuel's light. He blinded me. We almost died trying to escape from his prison. Now he wants us to go to his house for a fucking party?" The so-called representative smirked. "As I said, I advise you to take the invitation. You can deny, but there will be consequences. Are you willing to fight a friendly invitation and risk the life of your friend?" They were out of their depth, dancing on the edge of a knife, flirting with danger and playing with the cost of Kieran's life. Killian nodded. "Is there a way to guarantee the safety of my people?" Zephyros chuckled. "If you don't go, they are definitely not safe. If you take the invite, I can't speak for the king, but I can personally take care of you. I won't harm you unless you cause trouble. How is that for a promise?" Ivy's hand found Killian's once more, gripping it tightly. Zephyros waved a hand gently in the air. "This is your transport." The shadow steeds appeared. The ghostly horses were made of darkness. Silent and sleek, they move effortlessly across the ashy ground of the underworld, hitched to a chariot crafted from dark metal, glowing with faint crimson runes. Killian nodded and headed to the vehicle. If anything happened, he wanted to be the one to handle it first. They loaded Kieran inside and departed from the meadow. As they began to follow the figure deeper into the underworld, Killian couldn't shake the feeling that they were heading into a trap. But with Kieran still incapacitated and their options limited, what choice did they have? And then, just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he heard it. A voice whispering in the wind, carrying a message he couldn't quite catch, but sent shivers down his spine. "Anima pro anima, vita pro vita. Ordained unveil. Anima pro anima, vita pro vita. Ordained unveil." He faintly recalled a lesson his father had taught him, one that suggested words could be exchanged for souls. Something about life, and a portal to the unknown. Something about the legitimate holder of the knowledge. What knowledge? Whose soul? The voice was faint and ghostly, and soon it evaporated into the dark air. Chapter 12. Killian gazed out the tiny window of the carriage. The shadow steeds seemed to be gliding through the air with a wondrous grace. Ethereal and shrouded in darkness, their hooves seemed to barely touch the ground, yet they moved with a power that defied their wraith-like forms. It was as if the very essence of the underworld flowed through them, mingling with their dark flesh to create creatures both haunting and beautiful. Kieran remained unconscious. The pain had faded away, but the color of his pale complexion still hadn't returned. There was no indication that he would wake any time soon. Viv sat beside Kieran, never releasing his hand. Beneath her stony facade, Viv remained sensitive to the supernatural environment that surrounded them. Killian didn't think Viv could grow up trusting anyone connected to the supernatural. Her druid clan, whatever they were, had taken a toll on her innocence. Then she found someone she could confide in, though never openly admitting it. Kieran never explicitly asked to be her guardian, yet they developed a strong, unspoken connection. Killian felt for Viv. He was 5 when his father failed to return home on that fateful night. He regretted the day he had skipped the lesson his father wanted him to study. Although his father never mentioned it, Killian knew that he had been aware all along and was just waiting for him to admit his misbehavior. Killian never admitted his misbehavior to his father, and he never got the chance to do so. Killian felt a pang of dread, not his own, but Ivy's. He intertwined their fingers. He wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss away her worries, telling her that everything would be all right. But he knew that would be a lie. He wasn't sure how things would turn out, and he wasn't confident that his show of affection right now wouldn't make her feel weak and vulnerable given her current state. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze, then quickly glanced outside the window. The landscape around them was unlike anything he'd ever seen or imagined. The sky, if it could be called that, was a swirling vortex of inky black and deep purples, a tapestry of shadows so complex it seemed to consume all light. In the distance, massive mountains loomed like ancient titans, shrouded in mist and oozing an aura of malevolence. Here and there, the monotonous dark was broken by pockets of iridescent light, clusters of luminous flora that glowed with an otherworldly radiance, their colors dancing between shades of violet, midnight blue, and ghostly white. But those glows were isolated exceptions in a world swallowed by darkness. They only served to accentuate the overwhelming void that surrounded them. As the chariot hurtled forward, he realized they were not alone in this forsaken place. Faces peered at them from the darkness, eyes glowing like hot embers, their forms half hidden behind rocks and crevices. Killian sensed their malevolence, a palpable tension that set his nerves on edge, and yet none approached. They watched, and they waited, as if biding their time for something more, something inevitable. The chariot abruptly slowed, coming to a halt so sudden that Killian was nearly thrown from his seat. Before him lay a chasm so deep it seemed to have no end, its mouth agape, as if waiting to devour them whole. And from that gaping abyss, something began to rise. The mist rising from the chasm coalesced into a form that made Killian's heart lurch. Erin's face appeared, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and resentment, almost unrecognizable from the loving gaze he once knew. "Killian," she hissed, "you left me to die." His jaw tightened. "That's not true, Erin. You know it's not true." Ivy interjected, her voice tinged with impatience. "We're on borrowed time here. What do you want, Erin?" "I'm bound to the Soul River," Erin replied, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Unable to cross because my death was unnatural. I have nothing to offer for my passage." Her eyes locked onto Killian's. "Swear your love to me and I can be free," she said. Killian shook his head. "I can't do that, Erin." Erin's eyes flared. "Then give me the pouch, the one you got from those shadow creatures." "That's to heal Karen, you evil bitch," Viv objected. "No way," Ivy snapped, clutching the pouch protectively. "I died for you, Killian," Erin exclaimed. "That's not true, Erin. He didn't ask for your sacrifice." Apart from the vow, what else can I do for you, Aaron, so that you can rest in peace? Killian asked. A vow? Ivy raised an eyebrow. She couldn't see, but there was nothing stopping her beautiful eyes demanding answers from him. That's what she meant by swear of love, Ivy, he explained. So that's the alpha wolf thing? Your word is the vow, not just like saying the L word? No, it's a vow with all the meaning and intention behind it. He could tell Ivy had registered the weight of the situation. He had said he loved her. He had given her the vow. She swallowed and looked blankly at him. He gave her another squeeze of the hand. Aaron laughed. He has given you the vow, hasn't he? So much for not taking a mate outside the pack. You vowed to a non-shifter. So what you told me before were lies, excuses. Weren't they, Killian? Erin's image shimmered and expanded like a crystal ball, growing larger. Her features distorted and rippling with tears. Her heart-wrenching sobs echoed through the air. Okay, quit bawling. You can have this. Ivy yanked a locket from her jacket pocket. Samuel, who had been sitting still in the corner, finally spoke up. Are you sure, Ivy? That's too much to pay. I've made up my mind. She can have it, Ivy declared as she tossed the locket into the air, assured Aaron would catch it. The ferryman will be ecstatic, since he thought I robbed him of a fare before. Rest in peace, Aaron, Ivy mumbled. Aaron clutched the locket in her hands and instantly recognized its value. Her form shimmered for a moment, her eyes meeting Killian's one last time. Then in a flash, she vanished, leaving only a void where she had been. Ivy sighed, her hand empty. Well, that's done. What was that locket? Killian demanded. Before Ivy could answer, the ground trembled beneath them. From the depths of the chasm below, a roar reverberated, startling the shadow steeds. They reared, unsettled, then they charged aimlessly ahead toward the edge of the cliff. There was no time to stop or to turn. Ivy! He yelled, but his voice was lost as the shadow steeds, screaming a haunting neigh. Time seemed to elongate, stretching each heartbeat into an eternity. The chariot teetered on the edge of the abyss before plummeting downward, the steeds unable to maintain their ethereal grip on the ground. The sensation of free fall gripped him, stomach lurching into his throat. Then, just as quickly as they had fallen, the chariot stilled in midair, hovering, trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. Killian, what's happening? Ivy screamed, clutching at the side of the chariot. I don't know. He could feel it then. A rush of air, a gust of wind powerful enough to send ripples through his fur. With a burst of radiant light and a mighty roar, Zephyros appeared above them. The celestial creature's wings unfurled, catching the steeds and halting their descent. But the chariot was still dangerously tilted, pulled down by its own weight. Kieran, unconscious and vulnerable, began to slide across the wooden floor of the chariot, inching ever closer to the open door and the abyss beyond it. No! Killian lunged, his fingers locking around Kieran's wrist, just in time. He pulled with every fiber of his being, muscles screaming as he dragged Kieran back to safety. Slowly, Zephyros began to lower the chariot, its massive wings struggling against the weight. The ground loomed closer and Killian's heartbeat seemed to synchronize with each flap of Zephyros's wings. Finally, they were close enough to the ground. When they were at around the tree height, Viv lost her grip and slid down, dropping out through the door. Killian was tightly holding on to Kieran. On Viv's side, she was with Samuel, but he was too far away to have enough time to grab her. Viv barely had time to register the sensation of falling before she found herself suspended in the air, caught. She looked up to see Ethan's familiar face. He looked just as she remembered him. Kind eyes, lopsided grin, yet now tinged with a somber glow. You always had a knack for dramatic entrances, didn't you? Ethan's voice quivered with some unspoken emotion. What the hell, Ethan? You're dead. Not quite dead. Let's just say I've been hanging around. Don't play games with me. you're a spirit, right? Yes, but I found my family in the underworld, reconnected with them. I've been to the Free Spirit Cave and Viv cut him off. Wait, you found your family? You knew you had ties to the supernatural? She raised a finger, stopping him from talking. She narrowed her eyes. You asshole, you used us. Did you use us to find your way back to the supernatural world? I can explain. Not interested in your explanation. Did you use us to get back to your people? Yes or no? Yes, but... There is no but, Ethan. She snarled. If she had fangs, she would have displayed them, or better yet, plunged them into his jugular. It's not that straightforward, Viv. My bond is through reincarnation. It's not direct. On Earth, I was a human, an average guy. I chanced upon an ancient incantation that can invoke... Really, Ethan, do I need to wear a t-shirt that says, "Do not give a flying fuck," for you to shut up? I'm sorry. All I wanted was to apologize and... I don't need your apology. I thought you were dead. I recited that fucking spell to bring you back. And that hurt Siren. If he dies because of this, I will hunt you down wherever you are and flay your skin bit by bit. Now get the fuck out of my face. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. Ethan's voice softened, his ethereal form shimmering like a heat wave. I thought I'd be helping. Her fingers traced symbols in the air, chanting a few guttural phrases. A translucent chain materialized, wrapping itself around Ethan. This is my own version of eternal restraint. Don't go near us again, she spat, letting the words hang heavy between them. No, Viv, you don't understand. Ethan started. I understand enough. Now you're dead to me. Ethan's form started to fade, the chains pulling him into an invisible vortex, but not before he said, Viv, beware of Zephyros. The rest of his words were lost as he vanished into the ether, leaving Viv standing there alone, the echo of his unfinished sentence, a seed of dread planted in her mind. Beware of Zephyros, she muttered to herself, her hands balling into fists. A quirk from a large bird echoed down from above her. A commotion of the shadow steeds, and the chariot followed as it cut through the canopies of giant trees. The gigantic hawk-like creature swooped low, its talons gripping the chariot's rails as it lowered everyone smoothly to the ground. Everyone tumbled out of the chariot, Ivy, Samuel, and Killian. Killian cradled Kieran's limp body in his arms, trying to ease his descent. Kieran stirred and let out a groan, his eyes fluttering open. What happened? He muttered weakly, struggling to sit up. Killian let out a sigh of relief. You're awake. Don't move too quickly. Viv rushed over, her eyes widening in disbelief. She grabbed Kieran's hand and said, You're awake! Thank God you're okay! Impulsively, she embraced him with a tight hug before hearing him groan in pain and quickly releasing him. I'm sorry, she stammered. Killian looked up at her. Are you all right, Viv? I couldn't grab you in time before you fell. I'm fine, Viv interrupted, turning to Kieran. How are you feeling? Like I've been hit by a chariot. Kieran spoke softly, as if speaking loudly would bring him more pain. I can use more healing magic now, Ivy offered. It will help with the pain. The hawk-like creature that had been hovering above them began to shrink in size. Its wings collapsed, and it metamorphosed into a human-like shape, reverting to the form of the Demon King's representative who had arranged this journey for them. Apologies for the inconvenience, the figure said, a sly grin playing on his lips. We've landed at the bottom of the dark valley. It's a long ride from here to the Demon King's castle. Kieran, you need rest. We could make your journey easier if you'd agree to take the flying path. Killian nodded, glancing at Kieran for his reaction. Kieran seemed too groggy to argue and merely nodded his consent. Viv, feeling the uncomfortable stirrings of recognition but unable to put a name to the face, asked, I'm sorry, but what was your name again? The figure extended one gray-skinned hand, a wry smile twisting his features. I am Zephyros, a gargoyle in service to the demon king." The air turned icy. Viv felt her heart sink. Ethan's final words echoed in her mind. "Beware of Zephyros." Zephyros? Yes, that's the only name I have. And young lady, this is the part when we shake hands. At that moment, a sudden wind swirled around them, whipping the air into frenzied eddies of darkness and light. The iridescent flora dimmed for a moment, as if recoiling from an unseen threat. Zephyros looked up, his eyes locking onto something in the distance, a solitary peak that towered over the surrounding mountains, veiled in a cloud of unyielding darkness. "That," he said, pointing toward the mountain, "is where we're heading." Chapter 13. The chariot rumbled and bounced along the rocky terrain, jolting Ivy in her seat. Though her eyes were open, the world was shrouded in an impenetrable black veil, a cruel gift from the Demon King. Sounds and sensations were her only clues. The scrape of hooves against stone, the hot gusts of underworld wind, and the tension humming like a taut wire through her companions. She felt the chariot slow down and then come to a halt. And then, as if passing through an invisible barrier, her sight flickered back to life, as suddenly as it had been stolen. They had crossed the gate. Before her, the Demon King's castle loomed like a mountain of malevolence, stone towers twisted into grotesque forms, leering down from sky-high peaks. Crimson flames flickered from torches set into the walls, throwing a hellish glow on the surroundings. With her newly returned sight, the first thing she wanted to see was Killian. He was here with her, in the underworld, in the flesh. His energy was like a beacon, shining through her soul, guiding her through the darkness. "Killian," she barely whispered. Killian instantly recognized the change. "Your sight has returned." He tilted her chin up, looking into her eyes as if he was drowning in them. "I can see you, Killian." He brushed a thumb on her cheek and kissed her lightly on the lips. Then she shifted her gaze toward Siren. Despite his injuries and the evident suffering, Kieran's eyes were still striking. Those gray orbs had the power to ignite a fire in anyone he chose. A wisdom and strength resided within him that could conquer worlds. Yet here he was, fighting beside his cousin, risking his life for her in this unsettling realm. "I know I should give you a hug, Ivy," he said, smiling. "Let's wait until I fix you up. Then you can hug all you like." Viv looked like she was constantly biting back words, or possibly screams. Her posture practically vibrated with bottled-up energy. "You must be Samuel," she smiled at him. "It's very nice to see you." "Cut the poetry," Viv snapped. "We need to move. This place gives me the creeps, and not just because it looks like the backdrop for every nightmare ever." Ivy glanced at the castle one last time, its grotesque form a perverse monument to the underworld's malevolence. As they moved toward the looming structure, Ivy couldn't shake off the dread settling into her bones. Her sight had been restored, but the path ahead was as unclear as ever. When they stood at the case of the stairs, the castle doors swung open, revealing Zephyros on the threshold. His eyes flicked across each of them before settling on Killian. "Welcome," Zephyros intoned. "You've been allocated a room for the night. Follow me." "I'd prefer we all stay in the same area," Kieran said. Zephyros considered this for a moment before nodding. "Very well. 2 adjacent rooms have been prepared. One for Kieran and those aiding in his healing. Ivy and yourself, Killian. The other can accommodate the rest." Samuel stepped forward, his voice calm, yet assertive. "I'll take my own room, thank you." Viv opened her mouth, a retort ready on her lips, but Kieran spoke first. "Viv, I'd feel better if you stayed close." She glared at Kieran, clearly irritated. "Oh, come on, you're not going to die. What's the worst that could happen?" "Viv," Killian warned, his eyes narrowing. "Fine," she huffed. "I'll stay close. Happy?" Ivy rolled her eyes at the exchange, but kept her silence. There would be plenty of time for sharp remarks later. Right now, they had an injured man and a healing ritual that needed their attention. "Good," said Zephyros, leading them deeper into the castle. "Follow me, please. Also, once you're settled, the king extends an invitation for you all to dine with him tonight." Viv sorted. How can we be so certain the food isn't poisoned? Or he'll restrain us all, like he did with Ivy. Or worse, make us sprout tails or something. Kieran tried to smile at Viv, but even that small gesture seemed to come with its own unique brand of agony. Ivy slung her arm around Kieran's shoulders. "Let's patch you up so smiling doesn't feel like you're lifting weights with your face," she said. Turning to Zephyros, she added, "Please lead the way to the room." The room they were given in the Demon King's castle was an odd blend of eerie and opulent. A grand chandelier made of what looked like crystallized darkness hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space in a soft, surreal glow. The walls were of smooth obsidian, reflecting their images in a mirror-like sheen. Ivy prepared the healing ritual by laying out an intricate circle of runes around the bed, meticulously aligning each arcane symbol with practiced ease. She opened the pouch that the creature in the meadow had given her. Inside was a glowing emerald stone. Placing it on her palm, she chanted the healing spell. The stone burst into the air, transforming into thousands of particles. They settled like fairy dust on Kieran's chest, and he instantly lost consciousness. With intense focus, Ivy hovered her hands over Kieran's body. Her fingers twitched with barely contained magic as she chanted ancient words. The runes in the circle beneath them began to glow, harmonizing with the magic emanating from her fingertips. In response, a soft luminescence emanated from Kieran's body. The lines of pain etched into his face relaxed, replaced by the peaceful expression of deep, restorative sleep. So engrossed in her task, Ivy didn't notice Killian approaching her until he gently took her hands and squeezed them reassuringly. "Thank you." "For what, Killian?" "For helping Kieran. For being you." "It's nothing. You came all the way here for me. And look, we almost lost Kieran. If anything happens to him..." "Shh, Ivy, he knew the risks. If there's any misjudgment, it's on me." He circled his thumb around her knuckle. "What was the locket that you gave Aaron?" She shrugged. "It's probably expensive, but not important, really. Judging by Samuel's reaction, it's not nothing." "Speaking of Samuel..." "Ivy..." "Yes, Killian." "You're avoiding the topic. You know you can tell me anything, right?" She nodded and sighed. "Yeah, Samuel gave it to me back in the Demon King's prison. It's got a kill switch for the Demon King, so to speak. A one-time use spell, extraordinarily dangerous, all that jazz." "And yet you parted with it?" Killian raised an eyebrow. "I want out, Killian. All this demon business? Not for me. I want a different life. I want to be with you. Whether I can be your mate or not, I don't care. I know I'm not a shapeshifter and I don't want to ruin your alpha dreams or whatever, but I want you, and I want out of this darkness." Killian's eyes searched her face as if committing every detail to memory. Finally, he spoke, his voice laced with a conviction that melted her insides. "Ivy, I'm going to take care of you. You don't need to be a shapeshifter to be my mate. You've got more courage and strength than any woman I have ever met. I'll make this work. I'll make you happy." Ivy's heart swelled, her eyes moistening despite herself. "You better, my wolf, you better." And in that dimly lit room in the heart of the underworld, two souls clung to a promise, a vow of a life that waited beyond the darkness, a life they both desperately yearned for. At the far corner of the room, Viv felt as if she was going to explode, merely for sitting on one spot for too long. Viv found herself fidgeting. Killian was at Kieran's bedside, speaking in low tones with Ivy, who was still catching her breath from the intense healing ritual. Finally, Viv stood up abruptly, breaking their conversation. "I need to use the restroom," she announced, a little too casually. Killian glanced at her, concern flickering in his eyes for a split second. "Do you want someone to accompany you?" Viv rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, I can handle a bathroom break, Killian." Ivy chuckled, easing some of the tension. Let the girl have her moment. Even in the underworld, some things are sacred. Fine, Killian relented, though he didn't look entirely convinced. With a parting glance, Viv exited the room, her heart pounding in her chest. It was the perfect excuse to slip away, but she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that she was stepping into a web far more tangled than she'd ever known. The moment she stepped out of the room, Viv felt the weight of the castle's atmosphere press against her. Every tapestry hanging from the stone walls, every shadow flickering in the torchlight, seemed to whisper secrets she couldn't yet decipher. She found her way to a lavishly decorated restroom, but didn't stay for long. A glance in the mirror showed a determined set to her jaw. "You're onto something, Viv," she whispered to her reflection. "Don't back down now." Exiting the restroom, Viv let her instincts guide her, moving further away from their designated rooms. Finally, she reached an ornate door unlike any other she had seen, bearing a sigil that sent chills down her spine. A suspicion seeded in the back of her mind. "This must be Zephyros's room," she murmured. As she extended her hand to touch the doorknob, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Quickly, she ducked into a hidden alcove, her heart pounding in her ears. Zephyros passed by her hiding spot, his footsteps unhurried but purposeful. He paused at the door, unlocking it with a magical gesture, and entered. The door closed behind him, as if sealing away a trove of secrets. Viv exhaled a shaky breath, her mind racing. She had no concrete proof, but her instinct screamed that Zephyros was at the center of something big and sinister. She clenched her fists, biting her lip in contemplation. "Whatever you're hiding, I'll find out," she vowed under her breath, before heading back to the room, her resolve like a burning flame. Viv was halfway down the corridor back to their rooms when she paused, biting her lip. Her instincts, that restless, gnawing feeling, still weren't satisfied. "Screw it," she muttered, pivoting on her heels and heading back to the door that Zephyros had entered. She stood before it, her fingers hovering hesitantly an inch from the ornate wood. She could feel the thrum of magic emanating from it, like a siren's call. She had to know what was behind it. Summoning her courage, she was just about to press her ear to the door when it swung open, seemingly of its own volition. Startled, she stumbled backward, looking up to see Zephyros standing in the doorway, his eyes cold and impenetrable. "Lost, are we?" His voice dripped with condescension, though the glint in his eyes suggested something far more calculating. Viv recovered quickly, her own eyes narrowing. "I could ask you the same thing." His lips twisted into a cruel smirk. "I think you'll find I am exactly where I need to be." "And what's that supposed to mean?" Viv snapped, her hands balling into fists. She was treading on thin ice, and she knew it. "Oh, you'll find out soon enough," Zephyros replied, his eyes locking onto hers with a predatory gaze. "But for now, I would suggest you scurry back to where you belong. Curiosity is a dangerous game, young one." The door closed with a resounding thud, leaving Viv alone in the corridor, her heart pounding. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had just danced at the edge of a very deep abyss. Slowly, she turned and made her way back to the room, her mind swirling with more questions than answers. As Kieran stirred awake, Ivy felt a genuine smile curl her lips for the first time since they arrived in this hellish place. Her eyes met his, and she could see he was far from 100%, but at least the pallor of near death had left him. Just as she was about to speak, Viv burst back into the room. Her face was flushed, her eyes a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Took you long enough," Kieran quipped, leaning back against his pillows. "What did you do? Fall in?" Viv shot him a withering look but didn't offer an explanation. Ivy's instincts tingled. Something was off. But she had other things to consider right now. "Speaking of taking long enough," Kieran began, his voice grim, "I've checked our suits for realm travel. They're damaged, possibly beyond repair. Without them, making it back to our world intact will be problematic, to say the least. We need authorization to access safer transit methods, and that authority could very well be the Demon King. The room went quiet. Ivy looked at Killian and found him staring into space, his jaw clenched. A sudden sensation washed over her, like a door slamming shut. Their usually vibrant emotional connection felt muted. "Killian," she said softly, grabbing his attention. "Promise me you won't do anything drastic. We need to negotiate our way out of here, not battle our way out." He met her gaze, his eyes molten gold, and nodded. "I promise, as long as he doesn't give me a reason to do otherwise." "Fair enough," Ivy conceded. She took a deep breath, mentally bracing herself. "Then let's go see what this dinner is all about." Ivy's heels clicked in rhythm with her heartbeat as she walked down the grand hallway leading to the dining room. Walls of obsidian adorned with intricate carvings seemed to close in on her, their shadows long and foreboding. Killian walked beside her, his aura radiating strength and protective resolve. Yet a sinking sensation persisted in her gut, as though she were isolated, trekking this precarious path alone. The walls felt like they were closing in, and she almost reached for Killian's hand for reassurance. Almost. But she remembered the flicker of disconnect she had felt earlier, and hesitated. "Are you all right?" Killian's voice broke through her reverie, low and infused with concern. She nodded. She didn't have a poker face. He wasn't convinced. "I'm about to dine with my so-called creator who probably wants to keep me here for all eternity." Killian's hand gently touched her arms. "Ivy, no matter what happens in there, remember I'm with you. We'll get through this. We're going back to our world, and I'm going to make sure of that." She glanced at him, his eyes filled with a promise, and felt a shred of her tension ease. "Fine," she said softly, "but remember, no heroics. We negotiate, not annihilate." "Agreed," he nodded. From behind them, Viv piped up, her voice high-strung. "This is absurd. Why is Zephyros missing? He's usually lurking around like a shadow. Doesn't it seem off?" "What's off is how much you're talking about Zephyros," Kieran chimed in, clearly trying to lighten the mood. "One might think you've developed a fondness for the guy." Viv snorted. "Fondness for trouble, maybe." Ivy sighed. Between Viv's erratic comments and her own swirling thoughts, she felt like she was on the verge of spiraling. But Killian's presence next to her, unwavering and solid, was the anchor she needed, even if that anchor seemed a little frayed around the edges. They reached the grand archway, and Ivy felt her resolve harden. She was Ivy, damn it, not some pawn in a demonic game. With or without her sight, with or without a so-called creator, she would face whatever came next on her own terms. And then she stepped into the dining room, coming face to face with a revelation that shattered her world into a million pieces. Taking a steadying breath, she stepped through, and there he was, the Demon King. Enthroned at the head of a long, opulent table, he stood as she entered, a half-smile gracing his lips. Before she could censor herself, words tore from her throat, as brash and unfiltered as the shock that spurred them. What the actual fuck? The Demon King's eyes met hers, and Ivy's world tilted on its axis. Beneath the regal demeanor and the air of malevolence, she recognized him, or rather, a part of him. Chapter 14. Ivy's heels clicked against the obsidian stones as she stormed out into the courtyard of the Demon King's castle. A surreal glow emanated from the nightshade plants that framed the courtyard's edges, casting ghostly hues over the space. Statues carved from some unidentifiable, shadowy material seemed to breathe, their expressions a silent testament to the twisted beauty of the underworld. A peculiar, almost electrical charge tinged the air, reminding Ivy that this strange world might be her origin. Ivy! Killian called as he rushed to catch up with her. He studied her face, reading the swirl of emotions there. I know you're upset. No, I'm not upset. I'm royally pissed, Killian. I can't believe I fell for his trap. So stupid. Killian took her hands gently. You're not stupid, Ivy. Anyone would have been fooled. He's the Demon King for a reason. And what? I should just accept it because you started to like him? He lied to me. He disguised himself as Samuel. He pretended to be a mage. He pretended to be wounded. I gave up a chance to go back to the human world via the Free Spirit Cave, just to save him. Ivy growled. Killian looked deep into her eyes. Maybe you're so upset because he's not an enemy anymore. He became someone you started to trust, even like, that's not a weakness, Ivy. Feelings complicate things, yes, but they also make us human. Ivy snorted. Being connected to the Demon King will make me the least human of any human being I know. Well, I still love you the same. Don't make a habit of it, Killian. What habit? Using the L word? Ah, that one. The V. She raised a finger. No, don't say it. I'm allergic to it. Killian squeezed her hands. You're not allergic to the words love and vow. You don't even object to being loved, and you're generous in returning love. What you are afraid of is the vulnerability you perceive you're exposing yourself to. You don't want to accept love because you're afraid of losing it. Since when did you become my shrink? He chuckled. No, far from it. You are the most complicated woman I have ever met, Ivy. She bit her bottom lip. So what do you suggest? Give Samuel a chance to explain. Think about it. He didn't have to do all of what he did. He only needed to flex his demon muscle and hold you captive. Because after all, you volunteered to go to this world. You made a promise and you came here to deliver. So his intention to build a bond with you might be genuine. You think so? What does your instinct say? She chuckled. It didn't do me any good all the time he had me fooled, did it? Ivy, let's talk to him. Negotiate with him. Get us back to the human world. Then, once we're on our home turf, we'll reevaluate. Make your decision there. Ivy nodded. Maybe Killian was right. Perhaps she needed to reframe her perception, not just of the Demon King, but also of herself. As if summoned by their conversation, the figure of Samuel emerged from the castle. His dark eyes found Ivy immediately, seeming to pull her in even from a distance. It was then that she decided she would negotiate, but on her terms. Shall we? Killian asked, gesturing toward Samuel. Yes, Ivy said, steeling herself for the confrontation that would inevitably come. Let's. The tension in the courtyard crackled like static electricity, reaching a fever pitch as Ivy, Killian, and Samuel stood their ground amidst a surreal landscape. The obsidian towers loomed overhead, casting ever-changing shadows that seemed to dance and contort, as if choreographed by the fickle whims of the underworld itself. The trees that bordered the courtyard seemed unnaturally animated, their leaves quivering in shades of crimson and indigo. It was as though they were fed by a life force, far more mysterious than mere sap, more akin to flowing blood or some dark essence unknown to the world above. Killian, would you give us a moment of privacy? Samuel's voice struck a delicate balance between graciousness and authority, a tone Ivy found disconcerting. I don't think so, Killian retorted, his voice edging towards defiance as he stood resolutely next to her. Anything you need to say to her, you can say in my presence. She's my mate. Samuel's gaze flitted momentarily to Ivy, his eyes piercing, as if gauging whether she would confirm or deny Killian's claim. Killian's my mate. He stays. If Samuel wanted confirmation, she'd give it to him. She stood her ground. His attention then returned to Killian. Very well, since you insist. Mustering her courage, she asked the question that gnawed at her, even as she inwardly flinched. Is it true you bedded Celine to father me? Samuel laughed. His laughter was low and resonant, It seemed to reverberate through the very ground beneath them. Ah, the ways of the divine are not as straightforward as those of mortals, Ivy. Care to clarify? Celine requested a drop of my blood, claiming she needed it for a vital potion. Only later did I discover she'd used it to conceive a child. And you let her disappear? With your own child? Just the blood, not the child. One drop of blood wasn't supposed to mean this much, Ivy. Killian chuckled. You didn't think it was possible, did you? Samuel's attention snapped to Killian, his eyes glowing a subtle shade of red. Was that how a demon displayed anger? Ivy mused. Many of his features were consistent with when he was in disguise, appearing nearly human. She had to admit he could be considered handsome. But it didn't matter what she felt right now. He was a demon, and she recoiled at the idea of sharing his blood. Wolf, this is a matter of demons. You have no say here, Samuel hissed. When I said he could stay, I meant he's part of this conversation. Do I need to spell it out for you, Samuel? Ivy could have sworn she caught a smirk on Killian's face, a look she'd never seen on him before. It seemed to ignite Samuel's temper even further. Then she felt a peculiar sensation, satisfaction, emanating from Killian. She met his gaze, understanding that he had been waiting for a sign, confirming she had caught the signal he sent. She gave him a subtle nod. They weren't psychic. They couldn't read each other's minds, but they could undeniably sense each other's emotions. She wasn't sure where Killian was heading with this, but she trusted he had a plan. Ivy's eyes darted between Killian and Samuel, sensing the tension building like a brewing storm. The charged atmosphere around Samuel's enraged form hinted at the immense power he held, making Ivy's heart race in her chest. Though she had faith in Killian's strength, she knew that in the underworld the demon held all the cards. Samuel, she began cautiously, stepping forward, what is it that you truly want? He took a deep breath, his eyes still fixed intently on Killian, but he answered her. A relationship with you. That's what I desire. She swallowed hard. And if I ask you to let me return to Earth? His gaze shifted to her, and there was a hardness in his eyes that sent shivers down her spine. No, this is your birthright. Being the daughter of the Demon King is not something to be discarded. You should wear the title with pride. Ivy's voice trembled. And if I were to choose Killian over you? For a split second, the courtyard was eerily silent. Samuel's voice, when it came, was a low growl, the threat clear as day. Then I will have no choice but to eliminate everyone who stands in my way. Killian's eyes blazed, preparing to retaliate, but before the two could clash, the doors to the castle slammed open. Viv and Kieran rushed out, their expressions a mixture of alarm and determination. Viv, never one to mince her words, stood between the two potential combatants. Enough of this macho nonsense, Samuel, she snapped, hands on her hips. Really trying to assert your dominance like this? What an asshole. The sudden interruption, along with Viv's brazen comment, left everyone momentarily stunned. The scene in the courtyard hung in a delicate balance, waiting for the next move. The subtle, almost imperceptible exchange between Yaren and Samuel wasn't lost on Ivy. The blinking signals on their suits were familiar to her, and she immediately recognized them as Kieran's handiwork. He had made such technology for her in the past. The realization dawned on her that Kieran must have tuned into the conversation and taken Killian's cue to intervene. "Oh, truly commendable hospitality, Your Highness," Kieran remarked sarcastically, casting a mocking bow. "You lure us in with sweet promises only to betray the fundamental laws of your own realm?" Samuel's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Kieran straightened up. "We came to this realm upon your invitation. That signifies we are guests. And unless I'm mistaken, there's an ancient edict that rulers of realms, such as yourself, can't attack creatures from other worlds without just cause." A smirk crossed Samuel's face. "And who are you to remind me of my own laws? Kieran stepped forward confidently, his chin lifted. Someone who likes to be well informed, especially when dealing with someone as unpredictable as the Demon King. Samuel's gaze flicked to Ivy. Very well, all of you may leave, save for Ivy. She carries my blood, and I am within my rights to claim her. Viv stepped forward defiantly, but Killian held her back, his expression stony. If you try to take Ivy from me, Samuel continued with a chilling calm, then you give me just cause, a reason to unleash the full might of the underworld upon you. Would you risk that? The group exchanged uncertain glances, tension palpable in the air, with Ivy at the center of the storm. The aura emanating from Killian was electric, a palpable force that seemed to thrum in the air around him. Every finely sculpted feature of his face was drawn in sharp relief, his eyes deep and intense, holding an edge that promised danger. As Ivy stood beside him, she could feel the energy swirling from him, an almost unearthly power that was intoxicating. A shiver ran down her spine. He embodied the very essence of masculinity, a raw allure that seemed to beckon her closer. Every subtle move he made, or the low timbre of his voice when he spoke, seemed to resonate within her, making her heart race. It wasn't just his appearance. It was the magnetic pull she felt, an irresistible force that drew her in and left her both intrigued and slightly off balance. With unbroken focus, Killian's eyes locked onto Samuel's, challenging, probing. "Kieran," he began, his voice deep and dripping with both challenge and allure. "Given our esteemed host's certainty, is just a drop of blood enough to forge a bond?" Kieran leaned slightly forward, a cat-like grin forming on his lips, echoing Killian's deadly charm. If we're speaking of solitary drops, and assuming that drop was the sole ingredient in this little creation procedure, perhaps, but our good friend Samuel here doesn't seem like the main ingredient in this recipe. Samuel's jaw clenched, his irritation evident, yet he held his tongue, allowing the verbal sparring to continue unabated. Viv, with a playful swagger in her stance, spun her finger in the air, capturing a playful breeze and directing it around her, an undeniable display of her druidic abilities. Catching Killian's silent prompt, she smirked, casting a cheeky glance Samuel's way. "Yup, Wolfhead, that's the gist of it. Blood can give some hints about what kind of creature we're dealing with, but it ain't nothing without the magic. You know what I mean? It's just blood, at the end of the day." As the undertones of this high-stakes dialogue continued to weave around them, Ivy sensed the strategic game unfolding. Killian's expression, though captivating, was dangerous and filled with intent. So the real meat of the matter lies in the magic, not just a meager drop from our mighty monarch. Ivy's heartbeat thudded loudly in her ears, a rhythm echoing the danger and unpredictability of the moment. Killian's words rang clear, echoing the undeniable truth of their situation. It's the ritual, the magic, that forges the true bond, not a mere whim of blood. Ivy didn't swear to be one of your kind. She didn't consent. The air tensed. The plants and flowers around them quivered, as if they too could sense the raw power that Samuel wielded and were cowering from it. "You dare to challenge the words of a demon king with your riddles and lore?" he seethed. Kayarin stepped forward. "You must have witnessed the creatures in the meadow wanting to capture me because of the connection I have with the higher powers. Didn't you, Samuel?" "Do you have such power?" "I didn't say I have the power. I said I have a connection with the higher powers. If I were you, Samuel, I'd tread lightly. The higher powers have their eyes on you," Kieran warned. But before Samuel could retort, Viv stepped into the fray. With a voice as soft as a lullaby but layered with power, she chanted words from ancient times. As the last syllable slipped from her lips, flames erupted in the far corner of the garden, their dance wild and untamed, demanding attention. The Demon King's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the fiery spectacle, his focus momentarily splintered. And that's all Killian needed. In a move as swift as a shadow, he ensnared Ivy, pulling her close, his body a protective barrier against the world. Ivy could feel the pulsating energy emanating from him, a maelstrom of intent and resolve. His eyes, deep and filled with purpose, drilled into hers, silently conveying a message she couldn't quite decipher. Then, with a ferocity that left Ivy breathless, Killian tapped into an elemental force, one that she'd never witnessed before. As that raw, primal power coursed through them, reality started to blur. The garden, the flames, and the looming threat of Samuel melting away, leaving Ivy suspended in an infinite cascade of color and emotion. The last thing she registered was the tightening grip of Killian, anchoring her to him, before the world as she knew it vanished. Chapter 15. Moonlight slashed through the canopy, but in a heartbeat, Ivy felt the world blur. Killian, in a display of raw power she'd never witnessed before, surged with a strength that wasn't just human, nor entirely wolf. It was something more, primal and profound. The sheer force of his movement propelled them both off the ground, the world a mere smudge of colors. The wind screamed past Ivy's ears, and her heart hammered in her chest. The velocity was disorienting. The ground, the sky, the trees all melded into one. Her head spun, and for a split second the world went black. Then they landed, the soft thud of their combined weight cushioned by the mossy forest floor outside the castle. As Ivy's vision cleared, she looked up to see Killian, not as the man she loved, nor the wolf she adored, but a glorious union of both. He was breathtaking. His frame was human, but his eyes glowed with a wolfish gold, and an ethereal aura surrounded him. Muscles taut, chest heaving, he emanated a power Ivy had never seen before. Carefully, Killian set Ivy on the ground, kneeling beside her. His voice was deep, reverberating with a blend of man and beast. "Ivy, this isn't just any turning. I'm making you my mate. It's the highest honor, the deepest bond. But once done, it can never be undone. Do you understand?" Ivy, though still reeling from the swiftness of their journey and the awe of his transformation, nodded, her voice steady but breathless. "I understand, Killian. I choose this. I choose you." He gazed deep into her eyes, searching for any trace of doubt. Finding none, he whispered, "It's my honor, Ivy." Without another word, he leaned down, his golden eyes holding hers until the last moment. Ivy felt the brush of his lips against her skin, then the sharp, swift sting as his fangs sunk in. The world tilted and spun once more, but this time they were connected in a way that words could never define. She was his, heart and soul, flesh and blood. Kieran's gaze followed the retreating forms of Killian and Ivy, a blur of speed and elemental force. In the ensuing stillness, Kieran could practically feel the weight of Samuel's eyes on him. Tension simmered in the courtyard, thick and suffocating. Direct combat with a creature as powerful as Samuel was not only unwise, but potentially lethal. Kieran knew he needed to think on his feet. Samuel growled, his attention torn between pursuing the fleeing duo and the audacious mortal standing before him. "Why shouldn't I tear you apart here and now?" His voice held a dangerous edge. "You could," Kieran began, his voice steady, betraying none of the anxiety bubbling beneath the surface. He took a slow step forward, hands outstretched in a placating gesture. "Or you could listen to an alternative." Samuel's eyebrow arched, an amused smirk playing on his lips. "You think you have something I want?" Sharon let the hint of a sly grin play on his lips. "One favor, just one, from the higher power I have a connection with. Whatever you ask, I'll request it." A skeptical chuckle echoed in the courtyard. And why should I trust you? Kieran's gaze remained unwavering, because if you tear me apart now, you get nothing. But with this, maybe something that even the might of the underworld cannot grant you. Silence. Kieran's heart hammered in his chest, his breath caught in his throat. He had played his card, and now it was up to Samuel. The unpredictable nature of the demon made it impossible to anticipate his reaction. Samuel's crimson eyes regarded Kieran for a long, tense moment. "Very well," he finally conceded, his voice dripping with reluctant curiosity. "But make no mistake, human, double-cross me, and there will be no realm in which you can hide." Relief, swift and overpowering, washed over Kieran. He tried not to let it show on his face. "You have my word." Inside, however, doubt gnawed at him. The higher power he'd boasted a connection with remained a mystery even to him. Still, for now, Killian and Ivy were safe. One problem at a time. He squared his shoulders and met the Demon King's gaze. "Do we have an agreement?" A nod. Grudging, perhaps, but an agreement nonetheless. The crisis, for now, was averted. The wind whipped Viv's hair around her face, tendrils swirling in erratic patterns, mimicking the turbulent emotions she felt. She could see that Kieran's gambit was risky, a bluff at best, but as the conversation between Samuel and Kieran dwindled, she realized it was her turn to intervene. "Samuel," she started in a casual tone, "you seem to have a teensy-weensy gargoyle problem." Samuel's gaze shifted to her, an eyebrow arched in mild amusement. "And how would you know of such things?" She put on a smirk and hoped that it wasn't too lopsided. That was the only difference between her fake and real smirks. She couldn't make a fake smile look straight. "Let's just say your right-hand man, Zephyros, has been busy hiding secrets." The Demon King's laughter was a deep rumble, echoing off the stone walls of the courtyard. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Kieran chimed in. "She's young, she's toying around, don't worry about her." "I'm serious." Viv leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper, even though her voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. "I stumbled upon his secret room while searching for the loo. Imagine my surprise." Samuel's smirk mirrored her own. "A room I am well aware of. Not much of a secret if the king knows." She could feel the weight of the situation pressing on her, the necessity to pile on to keep Samuel's attention. With a dramatic sigh, she played her final card. "But did you know he has a human connection?" The air grew thick with tension. Samuel's carefree demeanor faltered. The very idea that Zephyros had a link to the human world, a connection Samuel had struggled to forge with Ivy, was too tantalizing to ignore. Kieran subtly moved closer to Viv, positioning himself protectively by her side. Internally, Viv almost snorted in amusement. Did he really think she couldn't handle herself, that she needed someone to shield her? She was more than capable of running or finding a hiding spot on her own. "And why would Zephyros hide this from me?" Samuel growled. Viv's heart raced. She was wading into deeper waters now. "Perhaps because he's got a human offspring? A little gargoyle in waiting?" The image of Ethan flashed in her mind. During their earlier encounter, he had warned her about Zephyros. Ethan was born and raised as a human. This was his first time in the underworld, and he had mentioned Zephyros. Viv resented that Ethan had used their assistance to pass through the gateway, but the information he provided might prove useful here and now. Was that a wild guess? Yes, but it was a good one. Before Samuel could reply, a ferocious roar pierced the air, and a dark shadow loomed overhead. The menacing form of a gargoyle dove down, teeth bared and claws outstretched. Kieran immediately positioned himself between the creature and Viv, drawing his gun, which Viv knew was just for show. Case proven. Kieran fired. The gargoyle didn't lose a feather. The gargoyle, or Zephyros in this form, continued on its flight path. Viv didn't want Kieran standing in front of her. As she'd told him, she had managed to survive 14 years of her life on her own. She didn't need protection from anyone, especially the fleeting kind, the type that was present today and gone tomorrow. Siren's and Killian's world was a lifetime away from her own. She stepped out from behind Kieran, readying her explosive spell. As Zephyros lunged, she summoned a gust of wind, trying to throw him off balance. But he was strong, too strong for her elemental prowess. And then, in a split second that felt like eternity, Zephyros was upon them, his massive talons aiming straight for Viv's heart. She knew by then she wasn't lack of strength, knowledge, or skills. She lacked experience. Just as the claws were inches away from striking, a surge of demonic power radiated through the courtyard. Samuel, with blinding speed, intervened. The Demon King's grasp was unyielding, pinning Zephyros mid-air. With a guttural incantation, Samuel forced the creature to the ground. The earth trembled, and as a piercing scream echoed, the gargoyle's form began to dissolve, shrinking and contorting. Before their eyes, Zephyros returned to his humanoid form, gasping for breath, his life force rapidly ebbing away. Samuel stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he looked down upon his once trusted servant. "You betrayed me." The courtyard was silent save for the labored breathing of its occupants. Viv shrugged. "Thanks, I guess." Killian's heart raced as he made his way into the castle courtyard. The scene before him was as surreal as a fading dream. Under the cold, ghostly luminescence of the underworld, Zephyros's stone form lay crumbled on the ground, a testament to Samuel's power and rage. Ivy, nestled safely in his arms, felt lighter than he remembered, drained from the turn. Every gentle rise and fall of her chest was a reminder of the new bond between them. As they approached, Samuel's gaze locked onto Ivy. It was impossible to read, swirling with a myriad of emotions. The weight of realization hit Killian. Samuel now understood everything. "Killian," Samuel's voice was a low growl, "what have you done?" "I've simply accepted the fate that's been written for us. Ivy is now bound to me as a soulmate." A weak tug on his shirt made him look down. "Let me stand," Ivy murmured. Respecting her wishes, Killian carefully set her on her feet, but she wobbled slightly. He gestured to Kieran, who hurried over to offer her his arm for support. Samuel's crimson eyes shimmered, the raw pain evident. "She was the best thing that ever happened in my eternity," he whispered. "She is the light in this endless night of the underworld." Killian stiffened, ready for a confrontation, but Samuel's demeanor was not of aggression. Instead, it was one of resignation. "I watched you, Ivy," Samuel continued, his gaze fixated on her. "Even when I disguised myself as that mage, testing your character, you shone brighter than any star. Your essence is pure, untainted. Though my blood runs in your veins, the darkness will never touch your soul. It's a stark contrast to the rest of us here." Ivy's eyes welled up with tears, but she held her ground, her back straight. "Thank you, Samuel, for everything." Samuel nodded. "This court will always be open to you, Ivy. Should you ever choose to return, it will be waiting. You'll always have a place here." Kieran gently pulled Ivy closer to him, signaling that it was time to leave. Killian took one last look at Samuel, the Demon King who had lost the only light in his world. The rhythmic thud of Shadow Steed's hooves echoed through the misty realm as the large chariot raced across the ethereal plains. The once daunting fortress of Samuel now appeared as a fading silhouette against the horizon. Ivy felt the weight of the recent events settle around her as she leaned into Killian's embrace. The warmth he provided was a sharp contrast to the cold void that was starting to form within her. Viv, ever the restless soul, glanced at Siren's gun with a mix of curiosity and determination. "Teach me," she demanded, her voice echoing slightly in the vast space around them. Kieran arched an eyebrow, skepticism clear in his eyes. "You think a gun is going to help you? You said after this I'd be on my own. I might as well be prepared in every way." A gun, or any weapon for that matter, isn't going to help you. If you face strong enemies, which you will, your best chance of survival is up here. Kieran tapped Viv's temple. It's best not to rely solely on weapons. Viv shook her head. No, it's better to know how to use weapons. Then I'll know when it's best to avoid them. But if I don't know weapons, I'll always wonder if they might have been my best protection. So, are you going to teach me, or should I ask Wolfhead? Kieran chuckled and glanced at Killian. It's better to learn from the best, Viv. Ivy didn't need to see Killian's hand to know he'd flipped a bird at Kieran. It wasn't long before Viv's persistence yielded results. Kieran looked at the gun, then back at Viv. The reluctant resignation in his eyes was evident. Ivy couldn't help but see a hint of paternal care in Kieran's demeanor. Remember, it's not about the guns or... Yeah, you've already said that. Only use weapons if I must. Then he started explaining the gun's mechanics, and despite Viv's stubborn exterior, Ivy could tell that the young mage looked up to Kieran, maybe even saw in him a figure she had longed for. The brief moment of tranquility was disrupted as Ivy's mind wandered back to the castle and its lonely ruler. She felt an odd connection to Samuel, a tether that seemed to draw her emotions to him. She pictured him, seated upon his cold throne in his vast, empty halls. The sudden spike of emotion caught Killian's attention. "We can return, you know," he whispered softly, sensing her unease. "Visit whenever you want." Kieran snorted. "He's the Demon King, Ivy, more bound than any other to his realm. Other demon lords would always be eager to challenge him. In many ways, it's a cage." The chariot raced along the desolate road, a thick cloud of dust behind them. Ivy's chest tightened with a sharp and sudden pain, like an icy blade turning inside her. Pain stabbed through her heart, not her own but Samuel's. She cried out, barely able to catch her breath, as Killian grabbed her in concern. "What's wrong?" "I need to go back," she whispered, tears brimming in her eyes. The chariot's wheels screeched against the ground, sending a plume of dust into the air as they veered sharply toward the castle. It didn't take long for them to return to the castle. "What in the seven hells?" Killian murmured, squinting through the haze. They stood at the entrance. The Demon King's castle still stood, but the grandeur that once was no more. A choking crimson cloud, thick and swirling, blanketed the scene. "Stay behind me," Killian said, stepping in front of her. But Ivy, her heart hammering loudly in her chest, couldn't wait. She rushed inside. Ivy's boots pounded against the stone floors as she raced into the castle. The chilling sight that met her was one of pure, unspeakable horror. Bodies of servants and guards, whom she had seen smiling and laughing just hours before, now lay in grotesque stillness. Blood-smeared walls, once ornate and beautiful, told tales of struggle and desperation. Gagging at the metallic stench, she called out, her voice echoing with a rawness of pure emotion, "Samuel, Samuel, where are you?" Killian, Kieran, and Viv entered just behind her, but the vast corridors and chambers of the castle held no answer, only silence and the tragic evidence of a nightmarish event. Samuel, the powerful Demon King, had vanished without a trace. Ivy's gaze was inexorably drawn to a door slightly ajar, soft rays of dim light seeping out. Her heart thudded in her chest as she approached the door, its small sliver of light beckoning her from its place in the shadows. She stepped closer. With a deep breath, she slowly pushed open the heavy wooden door. The hinges groaned and squeaked in protest, echoing through the oppressive silence of the castle. The sight that met Ivy's eyes caused her to take an immediate step back, shock rolling over her like a wave. Before her lay a scene that seemed to freeze time itself, one of tragedy and despair. Chapter 16. Ivy's heart felt as if it had been punched and twisted. The room was dimly lit, with Samuel, the powerful Demon King, floating like a grotesque puppet suspended in mid-air. He wasn't dead, but he didn't look alive either. ethereal strings and vines glowing with a sinister light wrapped around his limbs, stretching him taut. His face, usually a picture of power and confidence, was now one of raw vulnerability. "Ethan!" Viv snarled at the man seated in an ornate armchair on the floor. He lounged with an air of casual cruelty, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Oh, is that the name of this human vessel?" He looked down at himself with evident disdain. "Well, it's certainly better than being formless, or taking on the guise of a gargoyle." "Did you kill Ethan?" Viv's voice was fragile, as if on the brink of shattering. "I needed a vessel," he responded nonchalantly, looking down at Ethan's form. "I neither know nor care about the fate of this mere mortal. But by the time I took him, his spirit had already moved on to another realm. However, it's possible this very mortal alerted the king about my brother, the gargoyle Zephyros. We'll see once he awakens." His eyes momentarily flitted to Samuel's suspended form before settling back on the group. "And who might you be?" Killian stepped up, his posture defiant. "Guests of the Demon King. Invited, I might add, and it seems our host is indisposed." The man wearing Ethan's guise chuckled lightly. "So it appears." "We shall leave you to finish your business," Killian declared, making a motion to withdraw. "You can't be serious. We can't just leave him like that." Ivy's voice was tight with anger, her teeth grinding. "We'll figure this out, but for now, you're not in any condition to fight. Remember, you've just been turned." He reached out to touch her shoulders, trying to convey reassurance. She jerked away, shrugging his hands off. "It doesn't matter what I've become. I'm not leaving him." Behind her, Kieran's chuckle broke the tension. Turning, Ivy saw him engaging the man in Ethan's guise. "So you're a gargoyle like your brother? I've always found gargoyles fascinating. Why do you detest your form?" "Family issues. It's complicated. And you are?" "Surely that's rhetorical." "Indeed. I've no real interest in the human realm and its occupants. But speaking of gargoyles, an army of them is on its way here. Stay, and you can marvel to your heart's content." Kieran shot a brief, meaningful glance at Killian. Ivy sensed they had something brewing, some sort of plan. But she was struggling. Her body felt weak, her mind clouded. Whatever the two men had in mind, it had to work. Killian moved to stand by Kieran's side, his demeanor cool. "Seems you've got a pack issue." The man in Ethan's form bristled. "Who the fuck are you?" Killian's chuckle was low. "I wouldn't have pegged immortals for using profanity, but we do learn something new every day." Kieran shook his head, a slight smirk on his lips. "I don't have a pack, but I know the sting of doing all the work only to watch others take the credit. When the other gargoyles come, you won't be the one on the throne you fought for, will you?" The man gave a derisive snort. "I'll ensure the king vacates his throne, and I'll claim it long before the others arrive." Killian responded with a skeptical look. "Wishful thinking. If it was that easy for you, you wouldn't be here orchestrating all of this." Settling further into his chair, the man observed, "It sounds like you've conjured a solution and wish to barter. What's your price?" "Anything but him." His finger gestured dismissively toward Samuel. Kieran lifted a shoulder nonchalantly. "We don't desire him. If we aid in your ascent to this castle's throne, we expect an unrestricted invitation, permission to cross to the underworld at will." Eyes narrowing, the man questioned, "Why would mortals crave entry here? You'll end up here eventually, in death." With a smirk, Kieran replied, "Why we need such an invitation while still among the living is our concern. You've stated your disinterest in mortal affairs." Nodding slowly, the man mused, "Fine. So, how do you propose to crown me king here? Though ultimately, I intend to reign over the entire kingdom. But the castle? A worthy beginning." Killian indicated Ivy, careful not to utter her name. The lady possesses an unparalleled gift for healing grave wounds. She can both awaken and mend the king. Once restored, we'll persuade him to abdicate in your favor. And why, pray tell, would he heed your counsel? Kieran's chuckle held a hint of mischief. We're allies. He beckoned us here on business. Surely you're aware we couldn't possibly be here, alive, without a formal invite. The man pondered for a moment, then replied with a tinge of doubt. His resolve is legendary. If swaying him was feasible, I would have opted for that course long ago. I've got an idea, Viv said with a cheeky grin. The man in the chair leaned forward, his hands clasping his knees, his eyes laser-focused on Viv. Do entertain us. Kieran tried to wedge himself in front of Viv, but she brushed him aside, moving ahead. I can make a corpse or any old object talk. Just grab a body, pop it on the throne, and I can make it say whatever you want. Viv! Kieran's voice held a warning. She waved him off dismissively. Want to see it in action? You mean I just stick the king on his throne and you'll have him parroting what I want? The man quizzed with a raised eyebrow. Pretty much, but I'd need to hear him talk first. He smirked. But he can't chat right now, can he? So your little trick's a bust. Rolling her eyes and making a bold move, Viv shot the man the middle finger, guessing he wouldn't get it. Clearing her throat, Ivy interjected, the puzzle pieces of their scheme clicking into place for her. Look, I can get him talking again with a bit of my magic. Once he says something, literally anything, our magic-wielding druid here can work with it. The man's gaze turned sharp, focusing on Ivy. I put him in that deep sleep. You really think you can snap him out of it? What kind of healer are you? Killian, ever the protector, stepped up, placing himself squarely between Ivy and the man. Perhaps we've been a tad generous with our intel. True, unrestricted access to the underworld has its appeal, but we can make do without it. Good luck with everything. We're out. He wrapped an arm around Ivy, making a show of leaving. The room was thick with tension, each heartbeat reverberating with unspoken promises of action. Fine. We have a deal, the Maine said, and then with a casual flick of his fingers, Samuel's limp body began to fall. Killian moved with lightning speed, catching Samuel's body in his strong arms before it could hit the ground. Ivy caught a quick exchange of knowing glances between Kieran and Viv, a silent communication that left her on edge. As Ivy prepared to channel her healing magic, the man interrupted with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Before you even think of waking him up, know this. He paused for dramatic effect, allowing the gravity of the situation to sink in. I have the most poisonous needle embedded inside his heart. Make one wrong move and I'll release its venom. No magic can save him then. Ivy's fingers trembled, but she didn't let his words deter her. Delicately, she began weaving her magic, focusing on the pulse of life deep within Samuel. She could feel the needle in his heart, but she wouldn't do anything with it now. She focused on waking him. In a short moment, the ebb of life grew stronger, until Samuel's eyelids fluttered open, confusion evident in his eyes. Ivy's hand flew up in an urgent signal. In a fraction of a second, Viv launched a raging fireball towards the man. The intense flames illuminated the room with a brilliant light, lighting up every corner and face like 1,000 blinding stars. Killian wasted no time as he grabbed Samuel's body from the ground and slung it over his shoulder in one powerful motion. Kieran pointed his gun at the grand chandelier hanging above them and fired without hesitation. The deafening sound tore through their ears as crystal shards and metal pieces cascaded down on the man, shattering against his skin with succulent, splintering sounds. Ivy raised her hands to the sky and prepared to cast the spell of banishment. She loathed this magic, but knew it was necessary for their survival, drawing upon unfathomable power that seemed to be taken from within her very soul. She unleashed a bolt of light at the man, casting away his demoniac spirit into oblivion forevermore. Kieran barked out orders. Go. We must leave now! Without any hesitation, they rushed out of the castle and made their way towards the chariot waiting outside. The shadows' heeds stamped their hooves in anticipation as they quickly traversed miles away from the king's castle until it became a distant silhouette in the dark landscape of the underworld. The chariot sped away from the castle, its wheels churning up dust in its haste. Inside, Ivy was intently focused on Samuel, her fingers moving deftly as she channeled her healing magic. With utmost precision, she coaxed the poisonous needle out of Samuel's heart, watching as it floated above his chest. A faint glow enveloped the needle, and it evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace of its malevolent presence. Samuel's breathing grew steadier, and his eyelids fluttered. The first thing he saw was Ivy's concerned face, eyes full of relief. "You're safe now," she whispered softly. "You're my goddess, Ivy," Samuel said. Ivy snorted. "Is there any chance I can return to being a normal human being?" Killian chuckled. "Is there a chance that I can undo my alpha role, Ivy?" "Fat chance," Viv muttered. From a distance, an eerie cacophony interrupted their moment. The unmistakable sound of gargoyles, dozens, maybe even hundreds of them, echoed from the castle. Their roars and cries melded into a discordant symphony that sent chills down everyone's spine. Ciaran's face hardened, anger evident in his eyes. "We need to end this," he muttered, channeling his power. Lightning began to crackle in the air. Killian grabbed Kieran's arm, halting him. "Remember the last time you used that power? It almost cost you your life." "We're far enough away. The lightning will just ricochet off me and strike the castle." Killian's grip on Kieran's arm tightened. "I know," he said, voice filled with worry. "Just be careful." Ivy gritted her teeth in anticipation, watching as Kieran unleashed his unexplainable dark power. A thunderous roar shook the very earth, reverberating off the clouds and into eternity. From a distance, it appeared as if 1,000 shards of glass had exploded from the castle walls, cascading downwards like 1,000,000 bleeding tears. The ancient gargoyles were no more than splinters in the wind. She could feel the sheer intensity radiating from him, a force that seemed to pulse directly from his soul. Killian turned to Samuel. "It looks like you're going to be homeless after this." Samuel smiled weakly. "But I live for another day to wait for a time when Ivy come back to visit me." "Can you issue an unlimited invitation so we can travel whenever we need?" Kieran asked. "Of course." The group stood before a seemingly solid stone wall deep within the pyramid's interior, the final barrier separating the underworld from the human realm. The wall was etched with ancient symbols that glowed faintly, a testament to the magic Samuel had once used to seal this gateway. Without uttering a word, Samuel outstretched his hand, tracing a complex pattern in the air. A shimmering portal slowly carved itself out, like liquid gold, dissolving part of the wall. Beyond it, the inner chambers of the bent pyramid awaited, bathed in the warm, ambient glow of torches. They stepped through, the sounds of the underworld fading behind them, replaced by the echo of their footsteps on the stone floor of the pyramid. Ivy could sense the history in these walls, the millennia of stories they'd witnessed. As they walked through the corridor, flanked by ancient hieroglyphics and artifacts, Ivy felt Samuel's pace slow beside her. She turned to face him, seeing a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "Ivy," Samuel began, his voice soft, "this is where our paths diverge." She nodded, taking a deep breath. "Thank you, Samuel, for everything." He gave her a melancholic smile. "Stay safe in your world, Ivy. And remember, there's always magic around, even if it's not as obvious." With a final nod, Ivy and the group crossed a transparent veil and continued their journey through the pyramid, leaving Samuel behind. The transition between the two worlds was surreal. One moment, they were inside the pyramid's dim and sacred confines. The next, they found themselves in a bustling entrance, teeming with visitors. The sounds of chatter and footsteps filled the air, accompanied by the distant hum of machinery and vehicles. Tourists with cameras hung around their necks were making their way out, their voices echoing with excitement. The guards they had previously incapacitated were now scattered around, looking dazed. Their eyes were unfocused, their expressions a mixture of confusion and mild panic as they tried to piece together the last hour's events. They seemed to have no recollection of the group or the altercation. Ivy couldn't help but stare in awe at the pyramid's grandeur. The towering blocks of stone, the intricate carvings, the unmistakable air of history. It was overwhelming. Boarding Kieran's sleek private jet was a stark contrast to the ancient surroundings they'd just left. The modern luxury, with its leather seats and shiny surfaces, felt out of place after their recent adventure. But as Ivy settled into her seat, something caught her eye. She noticed Viv, her gaze fixed intently on a young man standing some distance away. He was watching them, an inscrutable expression on his face. And beside him, almost translucent in the evening light, was the spirit of Ethan. The sight sent a jolt through Ivy's heart. "You see him too, right?" Viv whispered, her voice filled with a mix of relief and melancholy. Ivy nodded. "Yeah, I see him." She squeezed Viv's hand reassuringly, understanding the complex emotions the young druid must be feeling. Chapter 17. Warmth. Ivy tilted her head up, enjoying the sunlight brushing on her skin. The sudden burst of sunlight was disorienting after the darkened realm they had just left. Ivy was the first to get out at the Melbourne airport. Her boots landed on the familiar concrete of Melbourne's streets. She closed her eyes, taking a moment to relish the warmth of the sunlight on her face and the light breeze that played with her hair. Home. Killian followed, his tall form appearing a bit more wearied by their recent journey. He shot Ivy a small smile of relief, his piercing blue eyes reflecting the clear Australian skies. Kieran and Viv stepped out almost simultaneously, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and muted excitement. The human world around them went about its usual business, oblivious to the magic that had just occurred. Cars honked, people bustled to and fro, and a nearby cafe had its patrons enjoying their afternoon coffee, unaware of the group of adventurers standing just a few meters away. "Feels strange, doesn't it?" Ivy murmured, taking in the surroundings. "One moment we're fighting off shadow creatures, and the next we're back in the heart of Melbourne." Kieran chuckled. "I do this every second day, Ivy. Not so much traveling between realms, but it's not unusual to be on 2 different continents in 2 consecutive days. I have to go where the business takes me." She smiled at him. "I'm glad I don't live your life." "That's true. You have a life now with Killian. I'm happy for you both. Don't be a stranger. Come say hello next time you're in London." "I certainly will." Kieran hugged her and gave her a peck on the cheek. He reached out his hand to shake Killian's. "When's your alpha challenge?" "In 2 days. Isn't it amazing? You thought we wouldn't make it back in time." "Thanks, Kieran. I appreciate all you've done for us. I'm keeping a record. Next time I come calling for help, you'd better respond." "Absolutely. All right, I must go now. I'll check into a hotel and catch the next flight to London." Kieran glanced at Viv, who sat on a cement rail, clutching a small bag. She remained silent. Kieran approached Viv, his footsteps heavy yet cautious on the concrete. Killian shook his head as he watched from a distance, his voice low. "This isn't going to end well." Ivy turned to look. The distance between Viv and Kieran seemed to stretch for a moment, a palpable tension in the air. When she caught sight of Viv's face, her heart clenched. A fat tear rolled down the young girl's cheek. Viv had always been the embodiment of stubbornness, the firebrand of their group. But now, she looked every bit the genuine 14-year-old she was, vulnerable and seeking reassurance. Kieran stopped in front of her, his voice soft, almost breaking. You have to go with Killian, Viv." Viv's lower lip trembled as she struggled to keep her emotions in check. "Why? Why can't I stay with you? You have a home, right? Kieran sighed heavily, the weight of the world seemingly on his shoulders. Yes, I do. But the situation between Killian and me, our families, it's all so complicated. Staying with my side of the family isn't an option for you right now, not with everything that's going on. Viv looked down, her voice barely above a whisper. But could it change in the future? Could I come back to you? Siren hesitated, searching for the right words. It might be possible, yes, but only if you don't stray. You need stability. You need a pack, and only Killian can offer you that. Viv took a shaky breath, wiping away her tears. So, if I stay with him, you promise you'll come and visit? That you won't forget about me? Kieran's eyes softened. I promise. Though Viv nodded, Ivy could see the doubt still lingering in her eyes. Viv's hope of swaying Kieran had been crushed. In that moment, the distance between them felt greater than ever before. Siren patted Killian's shoulder. Keep me posted on how the challenge goes. No, I lied. I know you'll win, and it'll be boring as hell. Bye for now. With that, Siren walked away. After a journey that lasted an hour and 45 minutes, their car approached the front yard of the sanctuary. The sight in front of them was a mix of modernity and old-world charm. Vines creeped up the sides of the large manor house. Chains of twinkling lights were strung from windowsills and trees, and intricate symbols were carved into the thick wooden door. Ivy could feel the powerful magic woven around the entrance to sanctuary, a seal of protection meant to keep out those who shouldn't be there. Standing in the doorway was Nina. Her long, dark hair flowed over her shoulders, and her bright blue eyes sparkled with relief as she saw them drawing closer. Just behind her was Damien, his youthful face twisted into a mask of joy. I've missed you. Nina embraced her. I'm home now, Ivy murmured back, her voice equally shaky. Damien slowed his steps as he approached Killian. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his gaze was a mix of admiration and curiosity. Boss, Damien greeted with a nod. Killian's usual stoicism faltered for a split second as he clasped Damien's shoulder. Good to see you, Damien. As the initial euphoria of the reunion began to settle, Nina turned her gaze to Killian. What happened? I mean, you vanished. Then Killian, Kieran, and Viv, and all the instructions we got were, stay put. Damien chuckled. I guess we followed those instructions. We stayed put. We sent the two moms away on a trip, so we had the entire sanctuary to ourselves. Ivy loved how easily Damien had settled into the family. Fiona was Nina's mother, and Quinn was Killian's mother. They weren't just cousins. They were tiger and lynx shifters. Quite the steep learning curve for a new wolf like Damien, but he'd settled right in. Nina rolled her eyes. I did all the work, Damien. The moms were very hard to convince. Yes, Honey Bun, you did all the hard work. Ivy raised an eyebrow. Honey Bun? Nina snorted. Oh, since yesterday. He decided to call me that. And you know, rational explanation and Damien shouldn't be in the same sentence. I'll take that as a compliment, Nina. Damien turned toward Killian. You ready for the challenge in a couple of days, boss? More than ever, Killian replied, but his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Viv stayed silent and walked out to the backyard. She's upset about Kieran? Nina asked. Ivy nodded. Big time. Nina hurried to the backyard for a pep talk. She was amazing at that. Ivy wished she had even a fraction of the people skills that Nina possessed. Despite the breeze from the woods, it was hot. Ivy found herself sweating. She gathered her long hair up, looking on a coffee table for something to hold the bun in place. Then she heard Damien gasp. What? She asked. His eyes were fixed on the base of her neck. Oh, that! She rolled her eyes and looked at Killian, expecting him to explain the bite mark on her neck to Damien. Killian nodded. I turned Ivy. Oh, my God, this is bloody cool. Damien rushed over. This is fantastic. I'm so glad I'm not the only one. Sit down, Ivy. Please sit. He pulled out a chair, patted the cushion, and moved a standing fan closer. You hot? I can get more fans, bigger ones. Is the light too bright out here? Why don't you go inside? Ivy frowned. Damien, I'm not pregnant if that's what you're thinking. And even if I were pregnant, I wouldn't turn into an invalid needing your care. Ivy looks fine, Damien. What are you on about? Killian questioned. Oh, when I was turned with your blood, I was sick for weeks. And that was just from a cut on my finger. I thought with a bite on the neck, she'd feel worse. Killian examined her face. How do you feel, Ivy? Fine, Killian. I feel fine. Stop fussing, Damien. All right, we need to celebrate. No, we don't need to. Damien rushed out before Ivy could finish her sentence. Ivy laughed. I've never seen anyone being so excited about my affair. Killian was too quiet for her linking. She turned around and saw him pensively looked out to the back porch. She didn't think he was looking at anything in particular. Maybe he was just looking at the general direction. Killian. He didn't respond. She called again. Killian. What did you say? She approached, looking into his striking blue eyes. Tell me what's on your mind, Killian. Ivy could see the weariness in Killian's eyes. His posture had slumped, and his movements were just a shade too aggressive, too forceful. He needed rest. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just tired. Then let's go have a little lie down, shall we? Just as she tried to steer him to the bedroom, a young pack member, Luke, entered the house, holding a crate of beer. Killian's eyes lit up at the sight of it, and Ivy could feel a weight drop in her stomach. That's for the ceremony, Luke warned, preempting Killian's reach. Killian's face twisted into a snarl, his frustration evident. I need one now, he growled, his fingers twitching with the urge to snatch a bottle. Luke stood his ground, looking nervous but resolute. I was instructed to keep it for the ceremony. I can't just give it out. Killian's patience snapped. In a blur, he lunged at Luke, hand wrapping around the young wolf's throat, lifting him off the ground. Ivy, faster than she thought possible, inserted herself between the two, pushing Killian back with a force she didn't know she possessed. Killian, stop! This isn't you! Ivy shouted, trying to reach the man she loved behind those wild, angry eyes. Breathing heavily, Killian released his grip, Luke gasping and scrambling away. Killian looked at his own hand, confusion and horror dawning in his eyes. Ivy? I don't know what came over me, he murmured, looking genuinely lost. She wrapped an arm around him, gently guiding him toward the bedroom. It's okay, we'll figure it out, but right now you need to rest. He grabbed her with such force that she caught her breath in surprise, then crushed his mouth against hers with a hunger that made her gasp. His hands roamed like wildfire over her body, setting off sparks of desire that ignited the smoldering fire between them until it exploded into a raging inferno. Ivy felt herself melting as he devoured her with ferocious heat, and she surrendered to the moment, lost in its intensity. Killian's hands were everywhere, exploring every inch of her body with a fierce hunger. He pressed his body against hers, pinning her to the wall with his strength. Ivy moaned as he nipped at her neck, his teeth grazing her skin with just the right amount of pressure. Can you handle rough, Ivy? He didn't wait for her response and barreled ahead with a force that jolted her body. The roughness of his touch left bruises on her skin. She craved it rough. They had done this before, more times than she'd care to admit. But then it had a purpose. It was a game of control, Killian guiding her through the tumultuous rapids of bliss until they reached an apex. Perfection. That's what they strived for every time. Whether it was rough or gentle, Killian controlled every movement with finesse. Now his thrusts and pushes were reckless, his lips devouring hers with urgent hunger. His hands ripped off her clothes in a frenzy as his hardened length penetrated her with force that had become too much to bear. "Stop it, Killian, you're hurting me." Her voice went unheard, and he continued his onslaught until both their bodies were spent from the unrivaled intensity of their lovemaking. He collapsed on top of her with thunderous breaths, the pressure and heat of his body pressing against hers like a vice. He stayed there for a moment, the tension radiating off him as if it were a physical force. When he lifted his head, she saw something dark had taken over his usually tranquil blue eyes, the deep crimson of unbridled rage. "No, no, Killian, I don't want to do this." He seemed to hear her words, but it was as if he wasn't in control of his own body anymore, because despite her pleas, he forced himself onto her. She fought with everything she had, but ultimately failed. His body shook violently as if he was fighting some unspoken battle within himself. He charged at the wall and punched it until his knuckles burst open. With a force that emanated from the core of her being, she managed to hold him down and restrain him until his energy abated. When she eventually allowed him to go, Killian glanced around the room and then back at her. She observed what little clothing was still attached to her body, already marred with dark bruises from where he had grasped her. "I did this to you? We were playing rough, remember?" "Yes, I remember that. Something inside of me snapped and I couldn't help it. I agreed to come home with you. I agreed to share my life with you, to become your soulmate. I wanted you to turn me." He stumbled backward, mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he shifted his gaze from his quaking body to her face. "Don't come near me, Ivy. I don't want to hurt you. Whatever is inside me at the moment, I can't control it. We can sort this out, Killian. Let's talk about it." He stepped back. "Don't approach. I can't control it. I will hurt you, and I mean it. If you're talking about the demon blood, I can handle it, and so can you. I wasn't born with it, Ivy. That's the difference between you and me." He looked her in the eye, a final goodbye, and what she saw reflected back was an unfathomable hurt. Without another word, he walked out the door and left her standing amongst shards of broken glass, surrounded by a swirling dervish of dust as the screen door slammed shut behind him. Was it true? Was it possible that one drop of the demon blood in her had transformed him against his will? Summer in Victoria was unusually oppressive this year, but nothing compared to the suffering Killian felt as he ripped himself away from her life. She couldn't let him go like this. No matter how much it cost her, she must find a way to bring him back. It has been Wolf's Eternal Promise, a novel in the Curse of the CROSSBREED series, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee. Hey, it's Ivy again. If you've made it this far with us, I hope our journey through the underworld and through the depths of what love truly means has touched your heart as much as it's changed mine. Who would have thought a mage who swore off supernatural clients would end up discovering so much about herself, about love, and about just how far an alpha wolf would go to protect what's his? Before you go, I'd love to know what you thought about our story. Did Killian's choices surprise you? What would you have done in my place? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. D.N. Leo reads every single one, and trust me, your words help shape the stories yet to come. If you enjoyed this supernatural journey through Melbourne and beyond, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. It helps other readers find their way to our little corner of the multiverse. And if you're craving more supernatural romance, check out the other books in the series. Each one reveals another piece of this wild world we're living in. Until next time, remember, sometimes the greatest magic isn't in the spells we cast, but in the choices we make for love. So stay cool, stay in love, and be magical.